just found out what plastic's made from. In England, well, I think. Well, I'm guessing what plastic's made from in England. Let's just wait until everybody comes in, maybe. Boom. Yeah. Boom, shakalaka. Plastic is made from cellulose, crude oil, natural gas, just natural products basically. Well, you know, they refine it into chemicals to make plastic. But yeah, the main ingredients are cellulose, sugar, salt, crude oil, natural gas, or something else. Maybe like rubber or something. Can't remember what the last thing was. But it's just basically made from trees and intensive farming. Corn in America, they use corn to create plastic, which is intensive farming. In England they use sugar beet, I'm guessing, or wheat. Or something else. Like they basically use all the intensive farming practices to make plastic. It's different for each continent or each country, you know, depending on what grows there. You know, you can be vegan as much as you want, but if you want to be vegan and eat plants, right? Just know the plants that you eat create plastics which go into the ocean and create microplastics for fish, you know. Because if we didn't eat beef, then animals wouldn't suffer. And if we didn't eat corn, then we won't create microplastics in the ocean and hurt animals, and in the water chain, which hurts humans as well. You know, like ever since we've been making plastic wrapping, you know, we've found traces of plastic in humans, you know. And, you know, the doctors say, the scientists say, you know, it's not a big deal for humans, but the animals that can only drink water out of a river, or the fish, like, I don't know where fish get the water from, you know, I guess the food. Like the whales, they can only get water from animals that have filtered seawater, which is full of microplastics. You know, it probably won't affect the whales as much as little fish, but you know, smaller fish, bigger fish eat the smaller fish. The smaller fish has microplastics. The bigger fish eats the smaller fish, gets more microplastics, and you know, it's just a vicious circle of microplastics. So my point is, veganism isn't all that good, you know. In fact, it's probably worse, to be honest. Although, you know, we use a lot of packaging beef, vacuum packing beef, you know, you can only do that with plastic. I mean, if we eat that much beef, why do we have to vacuum pack it? You know, shouldn't it be just fresh off the cow and then sold to public? You know, if we eat that much beef, why can we not eat it straight away? Do we have to vacuum pack it? You know, oh, we want you know, dry aged for 14 days beef, you know, that's special. You know, I went to an abattoir and they said, you know, it's not that special, you know, all we do is we do exactly the same as any other beef, but we just leave it in box for 14 days, vacuum packed. You know, that's dry aged. You know. Dry means there's no air, you know, or no water. You just leave it in box for 14 days. You know, there's nothing special about it. You know, the abattoir people said, you know, it's probably worse, to be honest. You know, I don't know why people pay a premium for dry aged for 14 days. It's probably worse, you know. It's just sat in a box. I think maybe they give it light though, maybe. I don't know. The abattoir people said it's just better straight off the cow, basically. You know. Like when I go to the supermarket, I get the beef from the back of the shelf, always. Because, you know, that's where they put the new stock. And that's the best stock you're gonna get. Unless you cut out the middleman. You know, like farm shops. Farm shops, you're gonna get the best beef. You'll pay a premium because, you know, they've got to look after the farm shop, and it's completely different to supermarket meat. You know, it's basically straight off the cow. You know, even if you get meat from a farm shop, you still have to employ somebody that's trained to slaughter the cow humanely. You know, he has to be licensed. It can't be. You know, you can't just train somebody to do it like in house. You know, you can't just do that. Like you can do it with chickens. I think you can do chickens yourself, but you can't do cows. You have to pay somebody that's licensed, that's not part of your company. It has to be somebody that's like outside your company. You can chop the cow up, but you know the slaughter process has to be done by somebody else. And that's just to make sure there's no mistakes, because you know there's a lot of activists out there that want to make sure that everything's done humanely. And you know, if you're doing it yourself, you'll probably cut corners. You know, even Muslims, even halal meat, you know, it's got to be done by somebody else, because that's the law in England. So you know, you get your Habib or whatever it's called, you know, watches the cow bleed to death while it's alive, by the way. You know, that's halal meat. They just slit the throat. In England, we put a bolt through the cow's brain first, so it don't feel. It's a specific part of the brain that deals with pain. And you know, they put a bolt through the brain first, because like a cow actually releases a toxin if it's stressed or it feels pain into the meat, like almost instantaneously across the whole body. And you know, halal meat is not done like that. It's just bled to death. It's bled very fast, so the toxins can't accumulate very fast. You know. That's why they put the cow upside down, because gravity just drains blood. You know, they just cut all the neck open, and all your major arteries are in the throat, going to your spine and your brain. You know, the faster your brain dies, the faster your brain can't tell your heart to pump toxins to the meat. But you know, while you're cutting, that cow feels pain, electrical signals are sent fast as that, you know, faster than that. You know, the cow feels pain as soon as you stick the knife in. Sends messages up to the brain, and instantaneously sends messages down to your heart to pump toxins around the body. But you know, then your heart starts pumping the blood faster because it's panicking, and the blood drains out very freely. Like I don't know what's more humane, to be honest. Slitting the throat, or bolt to the brain first and then slitting the throat. All I know is, even with all that, either way, the cow is still alive for the for the first 30 minutes while they're hacking away at it, you know. They've got to wait for the blood to drain out, which takes about a minute, 2 minutes maybe. And then once like most of the blood stop dripping, you know, they can start hacking away at the cow. And it's still alive for half an hour while they're hacking away at the cow. It's still alive, even though there's no blood going around the body, you know. The oxygen's still there in the brain. The oxygen's still there in the muscles. The oxygen's still there in the senses, in the spine, you know. Electrical signals are still going to the brain all the time while they're hacking away. It's just the bolt to the brain, you know, it can't feel any pain. But, you know, the Muslim way, it can still feel the pain, but there's no blood to do anything about it, you know. The brain still feels the pain while you're hacking away at it. But the brain can't do anything about it. Like the brain tries to defend itself by sending toxins to the meat. And that's what makes your meat taste gamey, you know. That's why bears taste gamey and, you know, deers taste gamey. It's not because it's gamey meat, you know. It's because you shoot a deer from miles away, you try to kill it as fast as possible, but you know, even a shot through the heart don't kill you instantaneously. And that's where most hunters aim. They don't aim for the head, you know. Like aiming for the head is just an impossible shot, you know, because you know you've got to hit him in the right part of the head as well, the right part of the brain. Otherwise, you know, you hit him in like the wrong part of the brain, you know, they can still function, you know. Like the right side will still function, the left side might, you know, not function. It'll kill it like straight away, but you know, like one side of the brain might be still working, and you know, so the right hand side of the body might still be working. It takes half an hour for any creature to die, no matter how you kill it. There's no two ways about it, because you know there's half an hour of oxygen still left in the muscles, at least, and the brain, you know. I mean, if you completely remove the brain straight away, there's still life left in your cells, and you know the muscles, and you know it still does the same things that it does. It just doesn't have a brain to tell it what to do anymore. You know, your muscles are still like trying to get oxygen, the last little bit of oxygen, and you know, that's why you have reflexes and stuff. You know, you can clean chop a chicken's head off and it'll still be twitching about. You know, your muscles still want to do something, and your cells still want to still do what they're supposed to do, you know. Naturally. You know, you chop someone's head off, your brain's still alive for half an hour, and the body's still alive for half an hour. You know? So it's like, how do you kill something? How do you slaughter something humanely? It's just impossible. You know? We do it more humanely than animals. You know, lions and tigers. You know, they don't put it out of the misery straight away. You know, they don't want to put it out of the misery straight away. They don't kill them straight away. You know, they take the time, and that's because I'm guessing, you know, they don't want the animal to release toxins into the meat, so they just take the time. You know, they do it as softly as possible. They try to cause them as less pain as possible. They go, you know, they take the time and they go, you know, you're dead. Calm down, you know, calm down, so you don't release toxins into meat. And they'll just take the time, and then they'll just like slowly close the airwaves, air off, and you know, they die from asphyxiation, as you know, as calmly as possible. You know, like they let the animal like calm down first. You know, they let the animal go, just admit defeat. Like they don't want the animal to be scared. They just want it to be tired, and they just want it to, you know, calm down, and you know, they don't want the animal to be scared, and you know, they just want the animal to die as peaceful as possible, because you know, they release toxins into meat if they're stressed out. You know, they keep them alive. You know, they'll hunt it, and they'll, you know, like, and the animal will fight, and you go, no, you're not getting away. But they don't kill it straight away. You know, like they could easily kill it straight away, but they don't. You know, they let it survive a bit. You know, they're like, all right, I've scratched you up a bit. You know, I've bit you, and you know, you're tired, but you know, I've got you now. You know, calm down. You know, you're not getting away. You know, and then they admit defeat, and they probably the animal probably releases DMT into the brain, and you know, they're in a state of euphoria, and then they're calm. You know, and then once the animal's calm, then they'll put it out of the misery, and then once it's dead, then they'll start ripping into it. And that's what humans do. That's exactly what humans do. Why is the picture negative? I don't know. Is it? People keep showing up on my streams and tell me to join your stream. You said you were gonna do StreamYards? Psychic drama. You asked me to do StreamYards, and then I did StreamYards, and you never showed up. I sent you a message on one of your videos, you know. Where are you? You said you were going to do StreamYards. Why do people tell me to join your stream? I don't know. Because I'm an auditor, you know. You're an auditor, and you do StreamYards, I do StreamYards, we both do panels. You know, we can talk about auditing, you know. Might be an interesting stream. You've got like not many subscribers. I've got not many subscribers, you know. We're both in the same boat. You know, we can compare the American auditing to the English auditing. I don't know. Are you there, Joe? No. Not all there, but you know, we're here. I'm going to do my own live stream. Have fun. Okay, no problem. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming. I appreciate you. Strange. Yeah, I know it's negative. Just joking. It's the best like way that I can live stream without showing my face at the moment, because I'm freaking knackered, you know. I'm absolutely knackered. I'm absolutely slaughtered, and you know, I just don't feel like showing my face today. I got attacked by a guy with a pole, with a metal bar today, because I told him to put his phone down, and then he goes, "I shagged your mum," blah blah blah, you know, blah blah blah, I shagged your mum, and I said, "I shagged your dad." See ya, bro. And then he spun round in traffic, you know, proper aggressively, and I'm like, shit, you know, like there's nowhere for me to go, so I ran down the street where there's you know, where there was an opening, and then he mounted the curb, tried to run me over, and I managed to get behind the fence. And then he stopped, so he left a gap, so I got behind his car, and I got my phone out, and I tried to get his number plate, but he got out of the car and he was acting aggressively. So like I ran away a bit, and then he got back in his car, drove down the street, well, he drove all the way down the road. I'm like, where the fuck did he go? And he drove all the way around, you know, and parked up in the side street, like basically where I was, because he realised I was trying to get his number plate. I didn't manage to get his number plate, but I got his face, you know. He parked up on this side street, and then I was walking down. I'm like, where is he? And I got my camera going, and there he is. There he is. It's like a 2-minute video, but you know. And he walks down the street towards me and he goes, "What are you doing? Causing a scene, you know." I'm causing a scene, you know. You try to run me over because I said you're on a mobile phone, you know. Try to run me over. Well, I didn't say it. I just let him speak because it was close to me. So I just like stand my ground, let him speak. He's like, blah blah blah. What are you doing, drinking in the middle of the daytime? You know, it was evening time. You know, it was brush hour. You know, 5 o'clock. You know, perfect time for a drink. Later than 5 o'clock. Yeah. Drinking on the street. What are you doing? You know, I just let him talk. And I was swearing at him. All right, brother. All right. Carry on. It's a crime. And then he walked off, and I said, "It's a crime to be." I said, "That's a crime, by the way." And then he turned back around, and I'm like, you know, I would try to get him go. I would try to record him, get him going back to his car. Like, I shouldn't have said out. It would have got in the car, and then it would have drove off. I could have zoomed into his number plate. I mean, I got his face. You know, it's good enough. It didn't hit me, but it pulled out of me. He had a metal bar. He had a metal bar in his jacket. You know, like a pipe. It was like a corner piece of a pipe. You know, like pretty dangerous weapon. You know. And then, you know, I said, you know, it's a crime what you did. And then he chased me down the street, and there were 2 witnesses there. And I'm like, yo, help me, you know, help me. Just watch this guy, you know. And they weren't interested. And then, you know, I passed them. I passed the 2 guys that were witnesses, and then he goes, you know, you white bastard or something. And these 2 guys were Polish, and then they were like, you fucking racist, you know. As soon as I said white bastard, you know, then they were interested, you know. Oh, I said, are you Muslim? I said, are you Muslim? You know. Like, is that why you pissed off that I'm drinking in the street? Are you Muslim? You know. That probably pissed him off. No, people don't like that. People think that's racism if I say, are you a Muslim? You know. And you know, maybe in some context it might be racist, but in that context, you know, you're drinking in the street, drinking in the day, you know, blah blah blah, you know. And I'm like, are you Muslim? You know, in the context, you know, it makes perfect sense. You know? Muslims don't drink. I mean, white people say that to me as well. But you know, I can't say to white people, "Are you a Muslim?" Well, I can, I suppose. I could do that. You know, equality and all that. You know, white people could be a Muslim as well, for all I know. You know, I don't know why white people give a crap about people drinking in the street. Well, you know, like people just get defensive. It's not about being Muslim. You know, it's not about being Muslim. Why people say drinking in the street. You know, it's because they've done something wrong and they're trying to be defensive and make me the wrong, make me the bad guy. You know. When they've done something wrong, you know, they turn it around on me. You know, it's not to do with being Muslim, but you know, I can ask the question. You know, I can ask the question. You know, is it because you're Muslim why you're pissed off that I'm drinking? You know. Can't remember exactly what I said. But, yeah. I'm not racist. I just hate people that think they're better than me because, you know, they know better. Their religion's better. You know, their law is better. You know, their small mind is better than my mind. You know, they can drive down the street on a mobile phone, and you know, JoeKingAudits is a bad guy because he drinks on the street. You know, I hate authority. I hate authority. You know, and all right, you know, I'm authority. I'm authority. You know, I'm acting like the authority. You know, you can't drive on a mobile phone, but you know, you can't drive on a mobile phone. You know, I'm right about that. They're wrong about, you know, I can't drink on the street. And even if they are right, you know, even if it is like a no drinking zone, that's just like a speeding ticket. You know, it's not like a criminal offence. You know, it's just like a parking ticket. Drinking on the street is just a fine. You know, it's not a criminal offence. You know, all right, drunk and disorderly might be, but you know, I want acting drunk and disorderly. He will want acting more disorderly than me. You know, coming out of his car, intimidating me. You know, like even though I'm drinking, you know, like I try and act with respect. You know, all I said to him was, "Come on, bro, get off your phone." And you know, I had my headphones in, so I couldn't actually hear what he was saying. But you know, he was saying loads of bullshit. You know, I heard it, like the last thing I heard him say, well, the only thing I heard him say was, "I shagged your mum." And I just went, "I shagged your dad, bro. Yeah, shagged your dad, bro." And then just carried on walking. And then he did a 3-point turn, but it took him ages because he got stuck in traffic. You know, he got stuck. He couldn't like. He didn't have space to like spin it round. Quite funny. pulled to opposite side of the road, and then, you know, the person behind him just moved up a bit, and he was like, he just got stuck there for a bit. Like, I better calm down, you know, I'm gonna fucking crash. So, you know, like, and they were like, oh, it's coming after me, you know, I better run, because, you know, I'm stuck between a wall and a road, so I don't have an escape route. So, you know, oh, there's an escape route there, you know, a little side road. And then I just hid behind the fence. Like, it was literally on the road, like, by the time I got on path, by the time I got to, like, behind the fence. Like, I don't think it would have run me over, but, you know. It was quite scary. It was quite intimidating. He stopped his car, and then he opened his car door, and then I just, like, walked past his car, and then he got back in his car, and then I ran down the road a bit behind him, and then he shut his car door, you know, like, oh, I'm in the middle of the road, you know, and, you know, it's like half in the middle of the road and half on pavement. And, you know, it's like, I'm not going to turn around again. So he just drove off. Like, he got out of his, started swearing again. He didn't actually get out of the car. He opened his car door, but he didn't actually get out of his car, because, like, I ran behind his car, and he was holding traffic up. So, you know, like, he got back in his car. And he said, like, oh, are you scared or something? You know, are you scared? You pussy, something like that. You know. I didn't hear him because I had my headphones on. Joe, you gotta do a stream with psychic trauma. It's just been here. Read the comments. Go back through comments. Can you see psychic trauma's comments? Go back through comments, you know. It says you keep telling him to do a live stream with JoeKingAudits, and he don't know why. You know? Leave him alone. They don't want to do a live stream with me, you know. Just leave him alone. I'll be right back. Just leave it like that. You know, I told him, you know. I said, you know, probably because I'm an auditor and you're an auditor, and you're an American auditor, and, you know, I'm an English auditor, and we can, you know, talk about the differences between American audits and, you know, English audits. You know, why do you want me to do a live stream with them? You know, why do you want me to do a live stream with that guy? You know, like, the things that I just said is the only reason I can think of why You want me to do a live stream with psychic drama? He's got like not many subscribers, and I've got not many subscribers, so we can like big ourselves, we can big each other up. He can big me up in America, and I can big him up in England. You do StreamYards, I do StreamYards. You talk on camera, you show your face on camera, I show my face on camera. That's the only reason that I think you want me and him to do a live stream together, which is a fair point, fair point. But he don't want to. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? He wasn't interested. So I mean, it's like Charlie Beach, Charlie Beach has got 300,000 subscribers, doing what he does. And if he like does a live stream with JoeKingAudits, or somebody that's not the same as what his channel's all about, I'm a controversial guy. I'm a controversial guy. Like so's Charlie Beach. That's why Charlie Beach does videos, Like he says a lot of controversial stuff. And sometimes, you know, some of his videos probably won't make it because, you know, he'll have said the wrong thing. You know, like I can easily say the wrong thing. You know, I can slip up. Like, you know, you can take me out of context. You know, like I might be talking about the Muslim religion, and you know, I'll say the wrong thing. You know, I'll say, you know, Muslims like to chop gays' heads off, and then I won't get to the actual point what I'm talking about. You know, and you know, it'll just be derogatory towards Muslims. Like my point would be, you know, there's extremists that they don't take prisoners, you know, they'll just chop your head off. If you're a white gay guy and they're extremists, you know, they've got, you know, they're in an extremist group, you know, and they capture a gay guy, you know, they're not gonna hold you for ransom, you know. They'll literally just murder you because they can't be around that, you know. They can't be around a gay person, you know. And it's not all Muslims, you know. It's not all Muslims, but you know, well, it is all Muslims, you know. All Muslims can't be around gay people, but you know, all Christians can't be around. Well, they can be around gay people. Like they won't like a gay guy going into a church. Let's put it that way. You know, in our culture, churches have got to accept gay people into the church. You know, even though the church has, you know, the men have sex with little boys, you know, but they don't class that as gay. They class that as cleansing or God's work, or you know, like, I don't know. I don't know why they do that. It's an abuse of power, I guess. And they probably tell themselves that they're teaching this child about status and it's disgusting. I mean, there's a lot of disgusting stuff in Christianity. There's a lot of stuff in Christianity. There's a lot of disgusting stuff in Christianity. I mean, some pictures on walls of churches, you know, it's like the devil's raping, you know, children, you know, like well, maybe not raping them, but you know, it's like the devil's like encouraging adults to. It's written in. It's like it's on church roofs and stuff. You know, like there's like children, naked children, and there's adults, and you know these adults have got like wide eyes, and you know the devil's holding a child and. Like bending it over, and like everybody's naked. And it's like, why is that in church, you know? Why is that in church? Because the Bible, you know, wants you to know that the devil exists, I guess. You know? It's like you can ignore evil all you want, but if you don't recognize it, if you ignore it, then you know you're never gonna see it when it hits you in the face, and you're never gonna do anything about it, and you're never gonna think what you're gonna do if you see the devil. So you know, maybe you should notice evil. Maybe you should look at the atrocities that wars cause, and you know. But I don't think it's a good thing to show children. You know, their minds can't handle it. You know, like, when I get mugged, I can't handle it. You know, I don't want to go out anymore. You know, and that's just a mugging. I survived that. I got a few bruises and stuff. But imagine if you're like being tortured, and you know, like another you know, they force you to look at somebody getting their head chopped off. You know, you're never going to be ready for that. If you don't know about it, you'd literally go into shock, probably. You know, if you saw something like that, or they chop someone's fingers off, or they pull your toenails off, or they blowtorch your eyeballs. You know, that's why Pulp Fiction was so good. You know, people don't realise that stuff like that goes on. And it does. Worse stuff than that goes on, you know. Even England, you know. Waterboarding, you know. All it is a piece of cloth over your mouth and your nose, and just constantly they pour water over it, and it makes you feel like you can't breathe, but you can breathe because you're still alive. But you know, you are breathing, but it's like, you know, they do it for long enough, and you know, it's just like it's one of the worst tortures ever. Mainly because, you know, the human physiology is not good enough to handle it, you know. Pain is just a state of mind, and, you know, suffocation is built into everybody, you know. SAS, they'll be able to handle it, you know. They're trained for it, you know. They'll be able to handle it, you know. But, you know, the average Joe has never experienced torture, so they don't know. Like, you think you're gonna die, you know. You think you're gonna die. You know, if your body's telling you can't breathe, then you think you're gonna die, you know. And if you think you're gonna die for long enough, you'll either go into shock and shut down, or you'll tell whoever's torturing you everything you know. You know, waterboarding is very good for mercenaries, because they don't go through torture training. You know, torture is very good for mercenaries. Like the Afghanistan war, you know, there were a lot of mercenaries. People that are, you know, private companies or private, you know, private entities that just go out and do stuff in Afghanistan, Iraq, you know, in Ukraine. Like, torture would be good on them people, because, you know, they've never experienced it. But, you know, people in the army, you know, soldiers, it'd be good on them. You know, torture works, you know, torture works for most people. You know, and people know torture techniques that are not going to kill you, but it makes you feel like you're going to die. And when you feel like you're going to die, you know, you'll give up. You'll do whatever it takes to get out of that situation. Fight or flight, you know. Well, it's not fight or flight, it's, you know, it's just giving up. You know, pain is like nothing, you know. You can survive pain. You can survive your fingers being chopped off. You can survive frostbite. You can survive waterboarding. You can survive lack of sleep, you know. You can't survive no sleep, you know, but you can survive lack of sleep. It's another torture technique, you know, lack of sleep. They don't let you sleep. You know, in the army, they don't let you sleep, because, you know, you've got to be able to remain focused even though you've had no sleep. And, you know, lack of sleep is one of the, like, biggest torture techniques ever. You know, terrorists. You know, terrorists, when terrorists get interrogated, They don't get much sleep. You know, you can't use much of the information in a court of law once you're doing torture to a terrorist. You know, or lack of sleep. But you don't have to. You know, all you need to do is find out the information, and then you can act on the information that the terrorist gives you. You know, if a terrorist, you know, if a terrorist is tortured and they go, all right, well, we had bombs in this house, you know, we're making bombs in this house, then, you know, they'll go out there and, you know, they'll raid the place and get rid of bombs. They don't need to, you know, send that person down as a terrorist. You know, they don't need to find evidence. They need to find the evidence to stop the terror attacks, and that's, you know, that's why they use torture. And you know, it's not really torture. It's just constant interrogation for, you know, every hour of the day. You know, and you can have an hour's sleep, or you can have half an hour's nap, and then, you know, wake up again. You know, they just keep you indefinitely for interrogation for up to, you know, they can keep you for like 2 weeks or something, you know, if you're a terrorist, probably longer. And it's just constant interrogation for 2 weeks and lack of sleep. You know, most people are not prepared for that stuff. You know, the Geneva Convention stopped certain torture. You know, they stopped a lot of torture, like chemicals, like they've stopped chemical torture. But you know, torture still exists. They don't tell you about it. They don't tell the public about it. What's happened? You look like Casper. Yeah. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. I've been up since, I don't know. I've been up since the sun came up, and I'm exhausted. I've been walking all day. We've done some audits. We made some videos, and you know, I'm a bit drunk, and my face looks mangled. So I just don't want to be on camera. But I'm here. I wanted to do a live stream because I'm not doing the videos right now, but you know, the videos are coming. I just wanted to tell you about the videos, and you know, I wanted to tell you about all the stuff that I was thinking about while I was walking around Bradford. And you know, after that guy tried to hit me that pole, that you know, metal pipe, I did a bit of zigzagging up, you know, up little estates, and you know, through a park, and then I came back on myself and sat on a wall where there was an escape route and a dead end. It was like a dead end for the road. You know, I was just trying to like get somewhere where I've got an escape route, and you know, cars can't go that way. And then this other Asian guy comes up to me and goes, "What, you recording? What, you live streaming?" I said, "Me." And he goes, "All right, you know, someone just said you're recording around here." I said, "Yeah, I'm just doing a live stream about me, you know." Another Asian guy, you know, try to intimidate me. Can't freaking record. Can't record on my street, bro, you know. Bradford is insane, you know. It's like, it's a law unto itself. And that's okay, you know. Police don't help you, you know. So you know, you've got to protect yourself, you know. The only problem is you know, people have knives and you're not allowed to carry a knife. And people have guns and you're not allowed to carry a gun. And people have cars and they're dangerous weapons, you know. And people have tools in the car and people have pipes in the car, you know. Like, why do you have a metal pipe in your car? Oh, you know, just fixing pipe at home, you know. JoeKingAudits carries a metal pipe in his bag, you know. I'll be fucked. You know? Why are you carrying a pipe in your bag? Oh, I just went to shop to buy a piece of pipe to fix my plumbing, you know. No, I don't believe that, you know. I won't believe that, you know. One piece of pipe in your bag. I'll never carry like a weapon around, you know. Because the law says you're not allowed to do that. So I'll never, you know, carry a weapon for self-defense. I'd rather die, to be honest. I'd rather die than kill somebody else, to be honest. Until the government says we're allowed to carry guns, you know, I'd rather die, you know. And then, you know, people can look back on my live stream and go, you know, JoeKingAudits said, you know, we should be allowed to carry guns. And then maybe JoeKingAudits wouldn't have died. You know? I've had a gun pointed at my head when I was a kid. It was a BB gun, you know, right at my head. freaking scary, you know. It's scary. Like if we were allowed, if like, you know, if law-abiding citizens were allowed to carry guns, JoeKingAudits were allowed to carry a gun, all the shit that's happened in my life, you know, being mugged by 15 kids, being hit with a hammer, robbed my phone, been chased by a guy with a pipe who robbed my phone, and hit in the back of the head and robbed my phone. You know, a police officer pushing me about. Would that have happened if I had a gun? Would that have happened if the police officer had a gun? You know? Would a police officer have got that close to me if I had a gun and he had a gun? I don't think so. You know? The police don't have to intimidate people if they've got a gun, you know? They don't have to get so close to you, because, you know, the reason police get so close to you is because, you know, if you close the gap, then you know, if I do like throw a punch or raise my hands, I can act quickly and restrain me. If you give somebody an opportunity to think, you know, and you know, like pull a knife out of the pocket and like, you know. You know, a lot of shootings in America happen when it's dark. In cars, because, you know, you can't see through a window, see what people's hands are doing. You know, you can't see everything. Like, police officers in America keep the distance because, you know, they want to have a look what they're doing. You know, they want to, you know, They want to see all the movements, you know. They want to see if they put their hands in the pockets. They want to see their hands, you know. If you put your hand behind your back, you know, police might pull a gun, because people keep guns in the, you know, in the back. Because usually, well, if you're a criminal, because usually if you've got an altercation, you're face to face, so you keep your gun in your back, because then they won't see you pull it, you know. And that's why a lot of shootings happen. A lot of shootings happen in cars, because police think you're reaching for a gun. They can't see your hands because you're sideways on. They ask you to put your window down so they can grab you if you hide your hands. But you know, like, the public in America will shoot cops for a traffic stop. They will, you know. Well, maybe not just for a traffic stop, but you know, there might be criminals anyway. They might be wanted. They might have, you know, other problems with a car, you know. They might have give something away. They might have been smoking weed, you know. Like the police don't usually tell you what they've pulled you over for, you know. Like when they say, you know, step out of the vehicle, they might just say, you know, it's a standard traffic stop, you've got a red light out, but the police might be suspecting you of something else, so they tell you to step out of the vehicle. They don't tell you what, you know, they don't give you a reasonable suspicion. They don't give you a reasonable articulated reason for why you have to step out of the vehicle, which, you know, they're supposed to do. But you know, police, they don't want to get shot. So if they're like, you know, I suspect you of dealing drugs, or, you know, I suspect you've got an illegal weapon, you know, the police aren't going to tell them that, because they might get shot, or they might have to shoot them. They're supposed to tell you. They're supposed to tell you what you're under suspicion for. Like the police don't need to. The police don't need to pull people over. You know, well, they don't need to pull people out of a car. You know, they say it's a traffic stop. They record the face. They record the car. You know, they give them a ticket or they give them a warning, and then they deal with it later. That's what they should do. But you know, police in America are like cowboys. This is why the English police system is so good. You know, it might take them 20 years to arrest a rapist, but they get them in the end. Well, that was because DNA things have increased. But you know, there was another guy that ran away to India or Pakistan. say he ran away to India? Can't remember. No, I think Pakistan. He ran off to Pakistan. He were in, he were in England all his life, and then he robbed a travel agent. Like, I don't know how much money travel agents keep, but it might have been a jewellery store actually. Can't remember. But he ran away to Pakistan, and he was in Pakistan for like 15 years, 20 years. But they finally found him in Pakistan, and Pakistani police arrested him and brought him back to England. And now he's in prison for the rest of his life because he shot a police officer and robbed a jewellery store or a travel agent. Why are you in photo negative, Joe? Because I don't want to be on camera today, because I'm fucked, I'm tired, I'm drunk, and I look like shit. I ain't had a bath. I went all the way to Girlington. Got a new battery bank. £12.99. 2,000 milliamps or whatever it is. It's a bit of a beast. Quite cheap. Saw it on Google, and I went to the wrong shop. I went to B&M, and I'm like, it says you've got it in stock. It says you've got 3 left. And she goes, that's Range, not B&M. And I'm like, oh, shit. I said, you should have recorded that, Bloody stupid customers. Put it on YouTube. That would have been funny. But, like, I asked her the first time, I'm like, where's battery banks? And then I go look at the battery banks, like, highlight, go look at the battery banks, and they're all like 15 quid. So I go back to her and I go, it says you've got battery banks for £12.99, and she's like, oh, don't believe that, we've just got what we've got in stock. So I go back and I'm like, maybe I missed it, and nope, it's not there. And then she comes back, and I'm like, it says you've got 3 in stock, and she goes, that's Range, not B&M. I'm like, okay, balls. Like, I should have known, because Range has this nice posh entrance with like plants and stuff as you go in, and like, I didn't pass any of that when I went in B&M. I just like I haven't been to Range for can't remember the last time I went to Range. Banana chips. My mate Aaron said, get me some banana chips from Range. I don't know why we're going to Range. I think I was buying paint. He's like, they sell banana chips. You get me some banana chips while you're there. Like, okay. He's like, here, do you want to try some banana chips? I'm like, yeah, go on then. Like, I'm pretty sure I don't like them. I have tried them before, but I'll have a go. And yeah, I don't like them. I don't like banana chips. He fucking loves them. Like, they taste like wood. They taste like wood, like cellulose, like woody cellulose. Yeah. They don't really taste. I mean, there is a bit of banana, but you know. Dried banana, you know, who wants dried banana? You know, just eat a normal banana. Why would you want to eat dried banana? You know, maybe if you're in space, you know, if you're on a rocket ship, you know, you might want to eat the dried banana, but you know why? It's not necessary. It's like dried mushrooms, you know. I've eaten dried mushrooms before, wild mushrooms, and you know they don't taste of anything. But if you rehydrate them and put them in a mushroom soup, wild mushrooms, the flavour is amazing, you know. Like a mixture of dried mushrooms and, you know, just chestnut mushrooms or portobello mushrooms. Like, it's just another level. Wild mushrooms, dried wild mushrooms, you know. They come in like a tiny little bag, you know. They weigh like 100 grams or something. It's like note, but the flavour, you know, it's just amazing once you've stewed them for a bit. Like dried banana, what are you going to do with dried banana? You can't put dried banana in a bloody stew, can you? Yeah. It tastes like plantain. Dried banana tastes like plantain, actually. But crispy. The range is sound. Yeah. I'm like, it says I can, you know, click and collect, and she's like, no, range is next door. You know, you should have seen her face. She was like, bloody hell, these freaking customers. Bloody idiots. You know, there's a massive B&M sign on the freaking door, and you know, they can't even get it right. You know, what are you doing? You know, B&M's always like the same colours as well. It's like, you know, everywhere it's just like blue and red, you know, or whatever it is. You know, the range is just like blue. You know, everything's blue. Like, I should have known the difference. I wasn't really paying attention, to be honest. She said aisle 8, and you know, just like, all right, aisle 8. Where's the battery banks? There's the battery banks. £15. You know, 10,000 milliamps. Bullshit. You know, where's the bigger battery banks? They've got to be around here somewhere. Nope, not there. They didn't even have any bigger ones. Actually, maybe they had Energizer ones, but they're like freaking 30 odd quid. You know, just because they're a brand make. They probably are a little bit better, but you know, not for an extra 15 quid. I'm off this rubbish. Sorry. Well, you know, watch out for videos. You know, it's all right. You don't have to stick around for my bloody rambling. You know, I just wanted to make a live stream just to tell you about my new videos that are coming soon. Not today. Maybe tomorrow. And yeah, well, you know, it's multiple videos, but you know, I'm going to release one per day, or one every 2 days. So just look out for videos. That's all all I wanted to say on this live stream, to be honest. But you know, we've been going for 95 minutes. What's been happening, Joe? I told a guy to get off his phone while he's, you know, while he's in traffic driving, and well, I told one guy to get off his phone, you know, like, put your phone down, and he smiled at me, you know. And then I told the next guy to get off his phone, and he goes, I'm not on my phone, I was just looking down, blah blah blah, you know, what's it got to do with you? And, you know, I had my headphones in, I couldn't tell what he was saying. And then he goes, you know, shagged your mum. And I'm like, I shagged your dad, bro, I shagged your dad, bro, like this. And, you know, and he got all rowdy about it. And then he tried to do a 3-point turn, but he got stuck because the guy in traffic behind him moved up as they were trying to turn around. So, you know, he was struggling to do a 3-point turn. And I'm like, oh shit, he's gonna freaking chase me in his car. And you know, he managed to get out just as I got to, you know, I ran off because I was like stuck between a wall. You know, there was just a like there was just this massive building, and it's just like a brick wall basically. So I was like, you know, I had no escape route, so I'm like, I'll run down here, hide behind this fence, and you know, it's like by the time, you know, I just got to the fence just in the nick of time. And then I got behind the fence, and then you know, it were on pavement, you know, trying to run me over. And you know, I'm just peeking around the fence. I'm like, I got my phone out, and I pretended to record his number plate, and then he ran off. Well, you know, actually, he opened his door first, and then I got my phone, like, I was getting my phone out, and then I just, like, pretended like I had my camera ready, and I was recording him, and then he shut his door, and then I ran, like, behind his car, and then he said some shit to me, you know, oh, running away, yeah, you're running away, you know, because, you know, like, I wanted to be behind his car, the way his car was facing, because, you know, is he gonna he was stuck in traffic anyway, so he had to fucking move his car, and the only way he could go is forward. So I wanted to go behind his car because, you know, I knew he couldn't run me over in reverse because he was stuck in traffic. He was holding up traffic. So he had to drive down the road, and then, you know, I watched him drive away, and, you know, he disappeared, and he must have gone all the way to the roundabout, and then turned left at the roundabout, swung round on the other road, parked up on a street where I knew I'd pass because he knew which direction I was walking. And then, you know, as soon as, you know, I was looking out, I was watching out for him. I'm like, where's he gone? You know, he's gonna come back down this road. You know, he's gonna come for round 2. You know, so I got my camera ready. You know, and I'm like, oh, there you are, and, you know, press record. Oh, there you are. There he is. There, I knew you'd be back. And he's like, what you doing? Why are you causing a scene? You know, why are you drinking in the daytime? You know, 5 o'clock in the evening, on the street. You know, it became defensive because he knew he weren't wrong. You know, even though he said he wasn't on phone. You know, he said he wasn't on phone, but, you know, I had no evidence that they were on phone. I didn't actually see him on the phone. All I just saw him is going like, you know, like down in his lap. I couldn't tell if we were on phone or not, but you know, he wasn't paying attention because, you know, the car had moved forward. The car had moved forward and he hadn't moved forward. So, you know, and it was just like down like that. And I'm like, get off your phone. And I said, come on, dude, get off your phone, or something like that. Come on, get off your phone. That's what I said. Come on, get off your phone. You know, like jovially, you know. He's like, I want on my phone, and I'm like, well, you're not paying attention because that guy's, you know, moved on, and you aren't moved a bit. When are you uploading it? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. I mean, it's already uploading now, but you know, I've got to do the monetization checks and that's about it. I mean, I can upload it now probably, but it depends on the monetization checks. I can put it as a members only video until the monetization checks are complete. If you want to get a membership, you know, members get exclusive content before it's monetized. Like, you all get to watch the videos. Well, actually, certain videos are just membership only, but what am I saying? You know, because, you know, some videos are like more controversial than others, and if you get a membership, then that means you like me, so I can be as controversial as I want to be for members. But you know, the people that don't like me don't get a membership, so you know, they don't get to see the controversial stuff. You know, that's probably the only stuff that I don't show when I'm like being extra controversial and extra drunk, and you know, and like talking, you know, it's not actually against YouTube policy, but you know, people could be offended by it, so I put that as membership only because I don't really want you to make complaints about it. It's mainly like 12-hour live streams when I'm like, I wake up in the morning and I'm like, oh shit, I said some fucking crazy shit on that live stream, you know, I better make it private. And then I'm like, no, I can make them membership only, because then people are not going to complain about me, probably. Anyway, so he drove down the road, went round into a side street, you know, like drove all the way around, out of sight, come onto a side street where I'm going to walk past, and you know, there he is, and he had a pipe in his coat or down his pants or something, you know, he had a piece of pipe, metal pipe, like a U-bend, not a U-bend, a fucking, you know, like a 90-degree, what do you call that? A corner pipe. It was just like a little piece of pipe that you can hit someone over the head with, you know. Heavy, you know, heavy, like thick pipe, you know. It wasn't like copper pipe, you know. It's not bendy, you know. It was heavy, hit somebody over head with type of pipe. Make a good zombie weapon, you know, one of them sort of pipes. That he just happened to have in his car, you know, Muslim guy, you know, obviously, you know, Muslim guy, Fiat Punto, cheap car, you know, probably a drug dealer, and he dropped something out of his pocket, you know, like a Rizzler, and I said, "You dropped your crack, bro." No, seriously, you dropped something out of your pocket. Is that your crack? And he looked back. He goes, "I don't smoke crack, you know. I don't, you know, I don't drink on the streets like you, blah blah." And he got about, you know, 1.5 meters away from me, and then stopped. So I thought, you know, all right, let's calm down now. You know, we'll have a little conversation. And he's just like, you know, he's trying to turn everything around on me, you know. He's like, "Why are you making a scene in public?" You know. And I didn't say anything until, you know, until I got a bit more space. Because I didn't want to aggravate the situation, but he walked off, and I go, "I'm causing a scene. You try to run me over. You're on mobile phone. You know, you're chasing me down the street. You know, you're shouting and swearing at me, and I'm making a scene. You know, all I said is put your phone down." Well, I didn't say all that, but you know, he didn't really give me a chance. He started coming at me again, and then, you know, it just kept coming. So I ran off, and it pulled a pipe out by that time, and I'm like, "Look at him! He's got a pipe. You know, he's got a pipe." Because there were two guys that just walked past me, and I ran towards them, mainly for a witness. They didn't even turn round, you know. They didn't even turn round. And then I stood by this guy's car parked up, and I said, "Did you see me? Did you see me?" He goes, "Why did you, you know, why didn't you just walk on, you know?" I'm like, "He chased me down the street. He tried to run me over, you know, and he had a pipe, and it's like, you know, and it's my fault, you know. I don't have a car, you know. He can chase me with a car. Why didn't I move on?" I mean, I did move on, you know. He drove off. I was walking down the street, and he came for round two, you know. I was trying to walk off. Anyway, he called me a white bastard, and then the two Polish guys turned around and go, "You're racist," or something like that, you know. Them Polish guys weren't very happy when he called me a white bastard, you know. So, you know, that's the new video. It's only like 1.5 minutes long. TikTok, you know, where it all happened. I couldn't get my camera out fast enough. I missed most of it. Well, I missed him trying to run me over anyway, but you know, it's all right. Yeah, mute it right now. It's just you know, it's the same. It's like people say, why do you instigate reactions, JoeKingAudits? don't instigate reactions. I know there's going to be a reaction. Well, you know, actually, sometimes it's not a reaction. You know, sometimes it's not a reaction. Like, I don't say it like, you know, you're a fucking twat. I don't shout at them and go, you know, you're a fucking twat. You know, you're gonna run people over if you're not paying attention to the road. Put your mobile phone. I don't say nothing like that. You know, I try to do it as jovially and happily as possible. You know, people with the windows up. I don't say no. I just do the phone sign, and then I'm like, put it down. You know. I just gesture. I don't even say no. And then I just smile at them and then shake my head at them and go, not allowed. You know, some people, you know, they're like, they laugh it off. Put the phone down and they laugh it off. You know, like other people, you know, they try to run you over. My point being, you know, I don't try to instigate a reaction. I just don't like walking down the street where cars are driving, you know. One guy flipped his car over, crashed into someone's house across the pavement, you know. I don't know if he's on his phone, you know, it's a straight road, there's no reason to crash. Unless you lose control of your car. Why could you lose control of your car? Because you're on a mobile phone, you're not paying attention, you know. You're driving without due care and attention for whatever reason, because you're on a mobile phone, because you're drunk, because you're stoned, you know, driving too fast. Like, you know, cars crash all the time. And, you know, science has been done, you know. It only takes half a second, quarters of a second for you to lose focus or lose concentration, and you know you can cause an incident, you know, and that's why you're not allowed on your mobile phone, because you know it takes at least a couple of seconds for you to read a text message or read a missed call, or you know. And you know that's how most accidents are caused. Just split seconds, you know, not even a full second. And you know, I'm a pedestrian. I walk everywhere. You know, I don't want to be walking down pavement. And, you know, somebody's, you know, not paying attention, crashes into somebody else, you know, or just like starts bloody, you know, just starts turning onto the pavement, and you know, I'm dead. I can't see a car coming from behind me, you know, if I'm going with the traffic. That's why I always drive against. That's why I always walk against the traffic, you know, because at least I can see if somebody, you know, has a heart attack and starts driving on pavement, you know. I'm paranoid. Because I'm paranoid, you know. When I see people on mobile phone, I say something. Because I don't want to die. I don't want people to kill people with cars. I don't want to die when I'm a cyclist, you know. Because when you're a cyclist, you've got to drive with the traffic, you know. And if people's on a mobile phone behind you and you're a cyclist, and they're just like, you know, they don't drive straight, you're fucked. That's why I like road bikes, because you can go a bit faster with the traffic, and you know, if you can keep up your pace, like most cars won't overtake you because there's like traffic islands, and you know, I can only go on a flat road. I can only go like 15-20 mile an hour, you know, if I try. But you know, when there's traffic or just a steady stream of cars, everybody's behind everybody else. So if I can keep up with the car in front, people don't want to overtake. You know, they'll just stay behind you. And like, you know, if the back car gets away from me, then one car can overtake, and then you know, he closes the gap, and I've just got to keep up with that guy as much as possible. Like, there's only one gap at any one time if I can keep up with traffic, you know. Well, not keep up with traffic, but you know, keep like, you know, go at a decent pace where only one car can overtake at a time. Because if I'm going 15 mile an hour and everybody's going 30 miles an hour, you know, the car in front of me just gradually gets away from me, but it's not that fast. So you know, only one car can overtake at a time, and the other car can't overtake while the other car's overtaking. you know. If there's nobody on the road and I'm going 15 miles an hour, and you know, a load of cars come behind me, you know, they're not going to slow down. You know, they're just going to follow the car in front, and everybody's going to overtake at 30 miles an hour, and I'm doing 15 miles an hour, and you know, they just overtake like one car at a time, and that's pretty scary because you know, one of the cars might not know why everybody's going round a cyclist, and they might not be paying attention enough, so they're just like, oh, these guys are swerving all over the road, I'm just gonna stay in my lane. Most of the time people realise why people are going round a bicyclist. But you know, people on automatic pilot and you know, they just keep up with traffic, and just like they literally don't see you. Even if they've seen you, they're just like oblivious sometimes. You know, I've got flashing lights on, I've got reflective clothing on, my bag's reflective. Like sometimes they just don't even see. Like I've had it before where, you know, traffic lights are coming up and I'm like, I know these traffic lights are gonna change, so I'm like, I'll just slow down now, you know, because these traffic lights change pretty fast because they're on like sensors. If I slow down now, by the time I get there, they might have changed to green again. So, you know, I don't brake or anything, I'm just like, you know, I just let the hill like slow me down. But people behind you will they'll overtake you, but they know that the traffic lights are going to change as well, so they slow down. So they overtake you, but they're like right by your side. And because they're going slow, they're just like, oh, you know, it's all right to get close to this guy, you know. And you know, I'll gradually get past him, you know, and I want to turn left. And then the traffic light changes, and then they're like, oh, I want to be in this lane. And you know, I'm in that lane, you know, like probably behind the car. But they're just like, you know, I've already overtaken you, you know, so you've got to slow down now. And then they're just like, you know, I'm just gonna park up here, and they gradually get to traffic lights, and the traffic lights turn green, and they haven't put the indicator on, and they're like, oh, you know, I've overtook and I'm coming up on inside, you know, try to go straight, try to keep my pace, and then they just turn left, and they don't even put their indicators on. You know, I was coming downhill one time, and I'm like, these traffic lights are going to change, and the one car sat at the traffic lights, didn't have his indicators on. You know, the left, they were in the, you know, the left turning lane, but you know, it's straight on in that lane as well. Oh no, it's straight on and left. That's the only lane you can go straight on at. So, you know, Like, I thought he was gonna set off before me, so I'm just like, you know, I want pedaling, you know. I was just like keeping a steady speed, and it didn't set off when traffic lights turned green, so I just kept my speed all the way through, and then as soon as you know I got to him, it sets off and just turns left. Like, he gave no indication that we're turning left, you know. He want. And he didn't do it slowly either, you know. He didn't pull out slowly. It was just like, you know, going straight, and then it was just like, ooh, you know, like. Because you have like bike lanes and stuff up front, so you've got to go forward, get a bit of speed, and I'm like, all right, he's going forward. But by this time, I'm like, you know, a car length behind him, and you know, I'm just keeping my speed because I knew the traffic lights were going to change. It was my mistake, you know. I should have not risked it. You know, there was no need to risk it, to be honest. You know, I'll never do that again. But you know, another time, you know, what wasn't my mistake is, you know, I'm going 30 miles an hour down the hill in a 30-mile-an-hour limit, you know, like probably not even 30 mile an hour, but you know, close to it, 25, you know, 25, 24, you know, it's a steep hill, it's a long hill, you know. I can get some speed up. I'm going with the traffic. Nobody's overtaking me. And then one car overtakes me, and then a van comes and overtakes me, and then just turns left. You know. And I don't think he had his indicators on, but I didn't really have much chance to see if his indicator on. I don't think he did. I don't think he has his indicator. I told him, I said, you didn't even indicate, you know. Like I'm going like I'm keeping up the traffic, you know. I'm going like as fast as everybody else, and this van's like, oh, I can overtake you, and you know, it literally overtook me by like a car's length, you know, and then decides to turn left. Like, it got past me, but you know, I didn't have a chance to see his indicators. I didn't have a chance to see who was turning left. I didn't have a chance to brake. I didn't have a chance to slow down. There was nothing I could do. Basically, what I did is I turned left with him, and you know, I was going that fast. And I was slowing down. Like, you know, I couldn't turn anymore without. Like, I couldn't turn steep enough, so I like, you know, I'll just go into the side of his car, and you know, I'm just like outside of his van, and I'm just like, you know, slowing down. But both my brakes were held. Actually, no, I pulled my front brake, and when I hit the van, it started skidding. So like, well, pulling both brakes, but you know, I pulled my front brake more. My front wheel started skidding, so I pulled my back brake a bit harder, and you know, it gave me a bit more traction on my front wheel, and I were able to slow down enough where I could just bang against this van and turn left. Like, banging against this van actually slowed me down quite a bit as well. Like, my back tyre didn't skid out though, which was good. It was quite impressive. You know, I kept my cool. I didn't over tap the brakes. Well, I did over tap the front brake, but you know, that's all right. You know, a little skid with front brakes, not as bad as the back brake. You know, if you lose your back wheel, you know, the rest of your bike goes. So, in fact, it happened when it was black ice one time. That were a mistake by me again. You know, there were no cars on road though. Well, actually, there was a car on road, and he were coming out of the junction. But I'm like, oh, McDonald's is open. I'm gonna go to McDonald's. Black ice on road. Turned too steeply. I didn't even use my back brake, but my back tyre just skidded out. You know, like I knew it were icy. You know, I knew it were icy, and you know I've been taking every corner slowly. You know, on the downhill. You know, I've been slowing down early. You know, there's no bends on the way home. You know, it's like basically straight. Or just long, you know, long freaking bends. But even on long bends, you know, I'm like, take it slow, you know. But I'm like, McDonald's, turn into there. To be honest, that road is too slick. It's far too slick for a corner, you know. It's like proper tar, you know. Too much tar. Like, it was too smooth. And that's why, you know, all the other roads were fine, but that road, it was just too tarry, too slick, and you know. It had black ice on it. I mean, it wasn't even black ice, it was just frost everywhere. It was just frost. It looked like black ice, but you know. So I should have known, because it's just like proper tarry. It just looked like a black road, and it was cold. So I should have like thought, you know, it's black ice, but you know, just like, oh, McDonald's. I mean, I'm only going like 10 mile an hour maximum. It's a bit of a downhill, and I slowed down for a corner, but I just turned too much, and I was braking with my front brake round the corner. And that lifted my back tyre up and just lost my back tyre, I guess. And I just skidded across the road, and the curb stopped me. And then a car would come in, like out of junction. I got up straight away, just moved to the side of the road, and the car just carried on. Didn't give a shit, didn't say, you alright, you know. He just carried. Which is fine, you know, I was walking, so. I got an injury from that, but I can't remember what it was. I think it might have been my hip. Right. My back end skidded out. Yeah, might have been my shoulder actually. my elbow. Nah, it wasn't my hip. I would have known about it if it was my hip. Maybe my back. I think I did my back in. I hit the floor. I hit the floor pretty hard, you know. But I don't think it damaged anything from the hip. I think it was just like the whiplash that like fucked my back up or something. My shoulder, maybe, I can't remember. You know, every other accident, you know, I didn't really damage myself too much. You know, that guy that turned left at traffic lights, you know, I just whacked it at the side of his car, hit his wing mirror. And it fucked my bike up, actually. I think it was my tyre. I think my tyre hit the side of his car and it bent my wheel. Not my tyre, my spokes on my wheel. It bent my wheel a bit. And he goes, "Is there any damage?" And I'm like, "I don't know yet. You know, I don't know." And he goes, "Well, if there's any damage, you know, I'll give you some money." And I'm like, "All right, you know, give me your telephone number." And he goes, "I'm not giving you my telephone number." And I said, "All right, I'll just take your number plate then, I guess." Like, "Have you got a pen?" And he goes, "No, you know, you don't need that, you know." Like, he didn't care about me though, you know. It was like he looked at his car first, you know, because his wing mirror were all like, you know, bent out of shape. He went straight to his wing mirror and he's like looking at his car first. And then he's like, "Is your bike all right?" And I'm like, "My bike, you know. What about me, you know, my bike?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, you know, yeah, you know, you all right?" I'm like, "I don't know yet. I'm in shock." It's funny because when you're in that situation, the only thing you're thinking about is staying upright. You know, you're trying not to go under the wheels, and you just like you don't care about like smashing into the side of his car. You don't care about, you know, try to turn or anything. You just like I'll just go with the flow, and you know, I'm not going to go under his wheels. If I panic, you know, turn too hard, or you know, like twist my handlebars too much, and you know, like if I go down, I might go under the wheels. That's all you're thinking about. Well, you're not even thinking about that. You're just like, just stay upright, you know. He stopped straight away, to be honest. He stopped straight away, which was nice. As soon as he heard it, that's why I went into his wing mirror. He stopped as soon as I hit his car, basically. So you know, he was quite a good driver. The van, he didn't stop at all. I hit the side of his van, and then he carried on turning left, and then he parked up on opposite side of the road. And he comes over and goes, "Oh, I didn't see you there." And I said, "You didn't even indicate." "You didn't even indicate." He says, "Yeah, I did." And I'm like, "Well, you know, I didn't have a chance to freaking see it." Well, I didn't even say that. I just like, I'm sure you didn't indicate. You know, I were in shock. Like it didn't even matter if he indicated or not. Like, there's no way I could have, you know, there's no what I could have done. I didn't have time to even see him. Well, I just had enough time to see him that they were overtaking, and you know, I just presumed they were going forward. You know, I'm like, nobody's gonna turn left when I'm going at this speed. Surely not. After they overtake me, I don't know what they were I don't know what they were thinking. You know, it can see me coming all the way down the hill at, you know, fast as fast as all the other traffic. You know, if I'm going 25 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour, and everybody's doing 30, and you know they're overtaking me, right? Why don't you just wait? Why don't you just wait behind me if you want to turn left? You know. You've got to be going 40 miles an hour to get some good distance when I'm going 20 miles an hour. After overtaking to turn left. Like, I don't know what was going through his mind. Other than, you know, I hate cyclists, I'm gonna overtake this bloody knobhead, you know. Like, it wasn't going nowhere, you know. One car overtook me, and then he tried to overtake me, you know. It was stuck behind that car. It couldn't go any faster than that car in front. So it's going as fast as it can. The only thing I can think of is that he didn't pay attention, and he was just following the car in front, and he didn't see me until the car overtook, and he's just following the car in front, and then he overtook me, and then he's like, "Oh shit, I need to turn left." I was like, you know, I need to turn left over here, but I don't know where the road is. Oh, I've overtaken the cyclist now. There's the road. I need to turn left down. I'll just turn because I've overtaken the cyclist already. Like literally, I was like maybe a car behind, maybe 2 cars behind. You know. No, I won't even 2 cars behind. You know, maybe a car length behind or a van length behind. And he slows down to go left. Overtaking me at speed. Like me going 20 mile an hour downhill, you know, I soon catch up to him. And I couldn't do anything. I braked like fuck. I braked like fuck. I slowed down pretty fast, to be honest. But, you know, I slowed down enough to turn left. From 20 miles an hour to like, you know, 10 mile an hour. 15 mile an hour, and then, you know, I hit the side of his van. Like, I just accepted it. I'm just like, I can't turn any more than this, you know. I'm just like, I just accepted it, and I'm just like, you know, boom, boom. I hit his car like 3 times. Hit his van like 3 times inside. And it literally just like carried on his turn as well, you know. He just carried on his turn. And there was probably another car coming that way, so he just carried on, and then let the other car pass, and then he just like he went to opposite side of the road for some reason. He parks up on opposite side of the road. The weirdest thing, it's like he doesn't know how to do an emergency stop, you know. He didn't brake at all, apart from like slowing down. I'm like, didn't you hear me banging into your car? He's like, oh, I didn't know where it was. I didn't know where it was. I'm like, all right. And then another time, I'm going uphill. Like it's a slight incline, and I'm doing like, you know, I'm going at a decent pace because I'm like, you know, pushing it. Even uphill, you know, 10 mile an hour. Like maybe a bit more than 10 mile an hour. But you know, I'm going at a decent pace because it's not like a massive hill, but you know, I'm going at a decent pace. And then this woman, she's like looking left and right, and then she looks at me in my eyes. I'm like, you know, I look at her in her eyes. You know, I'm getting closer and closer, and then she looks that way, and I'm like, she's gonna pull out. I didn't slow down though. I'm like, she saw me. You know, she looked directly at me. And, you know, I'm just carrying on pace. I'm like, I'm not slowing down because you know she's not gonna pull out. Surely not. And you know, she looks that way, and then she looks back that way, but not towards me. And then she pulls out, and I'm like, you know, right next to her car. And I'm like, you know, I'm like on brakes, and I'm like, I can't fucking brake. I can't. I literally just can't brake. I've like, you know, I just end up in the middle of the road. I just followed her around. She's pulling out. I'm on left hand side of the road. She just pulls out, and I'm like, you know, I can't, you know, I can't brake in time. You know, I couldn't brake in time, so you know, I'm just like, I followed her around. And, you know, I basically like in opposite direction, and she just stops in the middle of the road, and I'm like, and then I'm just stopped in the middle of the road, and I'm like. I'm like, I didn't even say no. I literally didn't say no, and she just goes, "Oh, sorry." And then there's a car coming up behind me, and I'm like, "All right, you know." I did a 360. I literally did a 360, and then got in behind cars again. Did a 360 to get back onto left side of the road. I mean, it wouldn't have, you know, it wouldn't have bloody caused an accident, you know, it wouldn't have killed me or anything. Well, it would have killed me if she'd have pulled out when I was in front of a car, you know. You know, people don't actually look forward as well. That's another thing they don't do. They'll look left and right, but they don't look forward before they set off. You know. I can't think of an example of that. Like when you come into a roundabout, you know, when you come into a roundabout and you're like, oh, I'll look right while I'm coming around roundabout. No, not a roundabout. That's a bad example. It's probably just junctions. No, it's like junctions, but they have like a curved bend. I think that's more of a problem with pedestrians. Probably at traffic lights, you know, like the green man turns to a red man, and I'm like, I've got time to get out, and then, you know, a car comes along. And he's like, the lights are going to change soon because the cars have stopped. So like looking at cars, no, that's not the example I'm thinking of. It's when I'm on a bike, you know, because, you know, sometimes I'm going slow, and, you know, I'll pass a car trying to pull out of a junction, and, you know, it's like the hill gets steeper, and, you know, I slow down. Oh no, it's when they're coming out. It's when they're pulling out. You know, I'm going up here, and they're pulling out like that. Like they'll look left and right, but they don't look forward. So, like, they pull out, and then they come right next to you, and they've seen you, but, you know, it's just well, they see you finally, but they don't see you till the last minute because they don't look forward. And they're just like, you know, you're a bike, you can stay in bloody gutter. And like, oh yeah, I'm going slow, but it's scary when, you know, a car pulls out and you're going up there, and you're like, you know, what you have you seen me? You know, have you actually seen me? And they get right close to you because they're going slow and think, you know, it's all right. But they don't see you till the last minute. You know, they don't see you till the last minute. They're like, oh, you know, look right down there, no cars. Left down there, you're in front of them. They don't see you, so they pull out, and then they go, oh, I've seen you now, and then they turn steep, and, you know, you're right. They're right next to you, and they're too close because they saw you at last minute. Once they finally decided to look forward, that annoys me. Because you don't know if they've actually seen you. You know, you don't know if they've actually seen you because they're coming straight at you, and you're just like, yo, I'm here, you know, have you seen me yet? You know, you're looking over your shoulder, you're like, you know, thank God, you know, they didn't run me over, you know. So they're just driving straight at you. You don't know what they're going to do. You don't know if they've seen you, you know. Like, as a cyclist, you know, I make a point of looking at people in the eyes, and you know, the wheels. What are the wheels doing? And where they're positioned on a road, where they're positioned in the road. It's like when cars overtake you and there's a traffic jam by traffic lights. You know, they'll overtake you and then they'll, you know, they'll overtake you and then they'll pull in like that, and it's like, they don't care. They don't leave a gap, you know. They don't leave a gap. They're like, oh, there's 2 lanes, you know, I've got to get into lane, and it's like, yeah, but you know, I'm trying to filter and you're still moving. You know, I'm like, I can filter when you're stationary. You know, I can filter through tiny little gaps. But when you come in, when you overtake me, and then you come in like that, and like, it's a bit scary filtering. You know, it's not gonna cause an accident, but you know, I don't know how close you're gonna get to the curb, and I don't know if you'll leave me enough room to get through. You know, it's just not necessary. You know, like you can see there's a traffic jam. You know, the lights are red. You know, you can see there's cars in front of you. Like, you don't have to overtake me to get into a traffic jam as fast as possible. You know, you could just slow down, let me go in front, and then by the time I've filtered and shit, you'll be in perfect position. And you don't have to go around and then back in on yourself to get into the lane. You know, just stay behind me. Like, you know, I don't expect everybody to have the foresight that I do, but you know, at least think about 50 yards, you know, not even 50 yards in front, you know, 20 yards in front of you, you know. I can only go 15, 20 miles an hour. You know, and if there's traffic, you know, I'm like, I'm going slower than that, you know. I'm going slower than that. But even then, you know, just because I've slowed down, well, I don't really slow down. I just keep a steady pace. You know, especially when filtering, because you know, I want to get in front of each car before the traffic lights change, so the car that I get in front of has seen me, and you know, if the traffic lights change, then I'll stay behind the car that hasn't seen me. And if the traffic lights are slow, I'll stay in the wing mirror of the car that's not moving yet. And if he carries on not moving, you know, then I can pick up the pace a bit and get in front of the next car. But these are the things that you got to think about when you're cycling. You know, it's quite draining, to be honest. Like I can cycle all day. I can cycle all day, you know, at pace. You know, I can. I don't slow down until I get hungry. I hit a wall sometimes, and I'm like, I've got to eat something, and then I eat something, and then I feel tired. And you know, then I can only do like a couple of miles at a time. But you know, I do a couple of miles, and I sit down, have a cig, have a drink of water, and do another couple of miles, and you know, eventually the energy kicks in, and you know, then I can go again. But what more point? Yeah, you know, I can cycle all the time. It's the focus. It's the focus that like drains you more than anything. You just got to stay focused all the time. Like more than car drivers, you know. Like you're more focused than car drivers. I used to drive a car, and you know, I wasn't as focused as. This is why I think like people with a car should like drive a bicycle. Ashley Neal says that as well. He's the driving instructor. He says that, you know. Like I thought about it before. I thought about it before he said it, you know. I'm like, you know, these people that say you hate cyclists, they don't bicycle, you know. They don't bicycle, obviously. And the reason they don't bicycle is because they think roads are for cars. You know, it's not because they don't like bicycling. Well, they don't like bicycling. They don't like bicycling because they've brainwashed themselves into believing that they hate bicyclists because the roads are for cars. You know, so they'll never go on a bike ride. You know, even if they're on a bloody dirt track or something, you know, they'll never go on a bike ride because they're just like, I hate bicyclists because I pay my road tax, and you know, cars are for roads. And because I hate bicyclists, because I pay my road tax and bicyclists don't have to pay road tax, I'm not going to ever ride a bicycle. Why would I ride a bicycle anyway? I've got a car, you know. That's some people's mentality. You know, they don't hate cycling. They don't hate it. They just never do it because, you know, they've grown up and they've got a car now. So why would I use a bicycle? You know, they'll go to the gym and they'll get on bike machine and rowing machine. You know, they won't go in a river and, you know, in a canoe and paddle. You know, but they'll get on rowing machine and they'll get on bike machine, but they won't go cycling. You know, they'll get on treadmill, people like that, but they won't go jogging outside. You know, like, people are weird, man. People are weird. You know, I am an adult. I can go to gym if I want to do exercise. I don't have to do no cycling outside. You know, and plus I hate bicyclists on the road. Is the membership through YouTube? Yes. Stuck in a situation. What? No other filters. I mean, I've got other filters, but you know, you can see my face. This one, yeah. I've got all these filters. You know. This one. This one. These are all YouTube filters. Standard. But you know, you can see my face. Like, I look drained, you know. I'm proper knackered, but you know, I'm trying to stay awake till bedtime. Like, I don't even want to drink. I'm that tired. Like, I opened another bottle of beer up just because I wanted a drink. I've got some freaking Coke. I don't even fancy Coke. Water. Good idea. Screw that beer. I need water. I think I was getting heat stroke a minute ago as well. Like, you know, the hottest part of the day wasn't, you know, 3 o'clock. It was like 5 o'clock today. It seemed 6 o'clock. In fact, oh shit, I can't. Yeah, alright. I want to have a look at the temperature. I think it was hotter at 5 o'clock. Right, you can't go back in time to temperature. What time did I get on? I started this live stream 169 minutes ago. It's about 2 hours. Well, 1.5 hours. What time is it now? $23:43. Like just before I got home, it was getting red up. I got an emergency code from the bank to get some money out. And they'll only give you £100 per day. And they'll only give you it if you say it's an emergency. to say, is there any way you can get money out? Like, you don't have to say it's an emergency. You just need to say you need the money. You know. I think I said it was an emergency. Maybe you do have to say it's an emergency. But yeah. They only give you that code for as a last resort. Like I were on the phone for 45 minutes the first time. They kept putting me on hold. It was 20 minutes until I talked to somebody. And then you do all the security shite. And then they put you on hold and put you through to somebody else. And then the hold music stopped. And I'm like, hello? Hello? I can't hear you if you're talking to me. And then, you know, it went, blah, blah, you know, and you're like, oh, I heard you then for a split second. And they tried again. And then they just put the phone down. It took me 20 minutes. Oh, 20 odd minutes. Nearly 25 minutes to get through the first time. And then I rang them back again. And then it took me half an hour to get through. 27 minutes to get through. And I got through to the same person. She goes, what's your name? Joseph Bainbridge. Oh, I just talked to you. I said, yeah, I got disconnected. And he says, alright, you know, I'll put you through to him again. Alright, cool. I didn't have to do all the security questions that time, which was nice. Water, where's water? But, you know, then I got through. And I did all the security questions again. You know. Anyway, my point is, you know, it's not a very good system. You know. You know, she shouldn't have put phone down. Or whoever it was, you know. Just because I couldn't hear her doesn't mean she should put the phone down. She should, you know, try and fix it, you know. Try and fix the issues. You know, if I put the phone down, fair enough. You know, if I put the phone down because I couldn't hear anything, fair enough. But they shouldn't put the phone down. You know, they should fix the issues. Transfer you to somebody else. You know. You know, transfer it back to the person that I was just talking to. You know, and then I can go, yeah, you know, I couldn't hear anything she says, you know. You know, can you transfer me to somebody else? Can you know, like see what the problems are? It's like bloody the benefits office. I always used to get disconnected from the benefits office, and they go, can I have your telephone number just in case we get disconnected? And they never ring you back, you know. They never ring you back. You know, like you ring them back, and you know what happens when you get a call and you're already on a call, you know. Mobiles nowadays tell you, they tell you you're getting another call. You know? Well, I think that's what happens. Nowadays. Not 100% sure. I got a messenger call while I was on the phone to the bank from Lawrence. And, it told me that I was getting another phone call with messenger. I'm sure phone calls can do the same thing on mobiles now, right? I mean, yeah, they can, because I've seen multiple people, like, I've got another call. I just put you on hold and I'll just take this call. I'll be back with you in a second. They had my telephone number. They know I'm trying to contact the bank. They know my telephone number. If I get disconnected, why can't they ring you back? I know it's an emergency. I know it's important. I know I'm trying to get money. You know people that don't pay the mortgage and they get their house taken off by the bank, or they get kicked out because they haven't paid the rent. It's technically fraud. But because the bank created that debt, basically created the money doesn't exist. So the debt doesn't exist unless you can prove there is a service, and then it will be fraud. So to get a court order to chuck somebody out or to repossess the house, you have to prove that a service has been provided before they can get a court order to kick you out. And the section, I can't remember what it's called now, section 16 or 18 or something, or section 23, I can't remember, to kick somebody out for not paying the rent. Like there's been no court case to prove that a service has been provided. So it's not actually a legal document. It's like a promise to pay. It's like cash. It's a promise to pay. Cash is not actually money. Cash is a debt that says you promise to pay that money. And everybody agrees to it. Everybody agrees to it. So they do that. But if you don't agree with it, which you have the right to not agree with it, then the company that's trying to take your house, they have to prove that they've provided a service for the money that they've created that you owe them before the debt is due. And that's how that's the only way money can be created. There has to be a debt, and to get a debt you have to provide a service. And in the bank's eyes, the bank is providing a service by giving you the money, but they don't actually give you the money. They create the money with like banks are allowed to create money depending on how much money they have and how much revenue they bring in. And like every bank is different. Like some banks can create millions in debt, hundreds of millions in debt, like the federal bank, the government bank. The public don't have access to them banks because they're government banks. And people aren't allowed to create that much debt. Millionaires, they can create debt, like a lot of debt, but they do it with multiple companies, multiple banks, investors, with billions of pounds. But you know, they're like banks. They can create debts. You know, they can get a loan from their stocks and shares and go, if we invest in Elon Musk with, you know, 100 billion pounds, then Elon Musk will create, you know, they'll create money, and we'll always have us 100 million pounds, but they will, you know, they'll give us the money back, and we'll make profit depending on how much revenue they get. And if they don't create profit, then we get shares in the business to the value of that, which is just a bank, basically. It's just a bank with interest rates. But no what's the word? No service has been provided realistically, because the money that the company has is, you know, it's not actually their money. It's just debts. It's just, you know, most companies are in debt, and you know, as long as they make more profit than the debts that they owe, they can keep paying off the debts. And you know, the more profit they make, the more of the debt they pay back, the more debts they can get. And that's why, like, every company, you know, they don't own 100% of the company. Like, actually, Elon Musk does own all of Twitter. No, I mean, he doesn't even own all of Twitter. You know, I don't think. He bought Twitter, 100% of Twitter, but you know, it wasn't with all his money. You know, it was with other investors' money as well. Because people don't buy businesses outright. You know, they don't want to. You know, they don't want 100% of their business. They want investors to put their money in, and then, you know, you don't lose all your money. Just like when you invest your own money, you don't invest in one company. You invest in like loads of different companies, just in case one company doesn't do as well as the other companies. But there's no service being provided. There's no like feasible service that's been provided. So none of that money is actually money. You know, none of that investment is actually like, it's not worth making profit out of it, other than the fact businesses do, you know, like the businesses create businesses, they create products around them investments. But you know, that's not a service involved in the investment. You know, that's not a valid reason to owe that company money, other than the fact if they don't have money, they can't build bigger and bigger businesses. You know, but that's not a service, because you know that's a future service. You're investing in a company on what they're going to do in the future to make profit. You know, and if they don't make profit, then you lose your investment, because they haven't provided the service that you were investing in. And you know, it's the same with banks. You know, if the bank doesn't provide you that service, then you don't have to pay it anymore. Does that mean they can take your house off you? No, because the bank hasn't actually paid for the house. You know, they bought the house, or they give you the opportunity to buy the house with a debt, money that doesn't exist. It only exists when you pay it back. But you know, it does exist because they created it out of thin air. And you know, the service that they said that they're providing you is money to buy the house so you can pay it back gradually. And then the bank gets all the debt that we created and all the money that you pay back. So that the bank gets the money twice, and they haven't actually provided any service. You know, they haven't provided any tangible service. Or product. You know, they didn't create a product. They didn't create a service. They didn't create they didn't create anything feasible for you to give them money, apart from a contract. You know, the contract is the only thing that's worth any money. And you know, when the banks take your house, you know, they can't provide the contract ever, because you know, it's like, you sign a contract. You sign. They always do it on paper, don't they? You sign a contract saying, you know, these are the deeds to my house. This is the money the bank's lent me. This is how much I'm going to pay back. You know, they give you a contract, but the contract is like completely void. You know, once they give you the money to buy the house, the contract doesn't matter anymore, because the debt has already been paid. You know, you created the money by signing the contract, and then when the bank gives you the money, the debt has already been paid, so there is no service after that. The only service is you just keep paying the bank. You know, that's the only service. The bank is just there to collect the debt that you owe on the house. That's the service. And you know, that's not a service. You know, it's not a lawful service. The contract is void once they give you the money for your house, basically. The only contract that exists is that if you keep paying them the money. And you know, you've got to pay them the money, otherwise there would be no mortgages. But you know, it's still, in the law's eyes, it's still like it's basically a fraud. You know, it's basically a fraud. It's a fraud for you to keep paying the bank, because the bank hasn't provided a service, but you're accepting the bank's money as a service. You know, it's complicated. Like the product is, the bank has money. So the bank, because the bank has money, you can go to the bank and go, do you have enough money in case the shit hits the fan to, you know, buy this house? And they go, yep, we've got enough money to buy this house. So they give you the money. But they haven't got enough money to buy the house. They've got, you know, they've got promise to pay. You know, they've got loads of people that are paying mortgages, and they go, yep, we've got enough money because people keep paying the mortgages. So they can invent that money. And you know, if you default on the mortgage, they just go, right, we're taking the house and then we're going to sell it. So they own the house without actually ever paying for it. But you know, they know they can sell the house for more money and get the money back anyway. So they've got all your money that you've paid on the mortgage and the money that they've created, and they get the house. So they haven't provided a service. They haven't provided a service. You know, they've just invented a fake service. You know, they've confidence tricked you. You know, they've frauded you. The bank's frauded you, and you accepted that fraud. So you're a fraud as well, because you pay them. So you're involved in the fraud. And if you go out of that fraud, you know, and don't pay your mortgage, then you're both frauding. So the bank has to do something about that. And they take you to court. And the court won't do the bank for fraud, because if they do the banks for fraud, then you know, the world don't keep going round. And they don't do you for fraud, because they're not going to do the bank for fraud. The bank created the fraud in the first place. You just accepted the fraud. So what they do is they make a court order that's not signed by a judge, because it's all a fraud, and if the judge is involved in the fraud, then he's part of the fraud. So that they create an act or a statute to deal with that, which is not a law. It's civil. It's a civil freaking. It's a civil contract, you know, made by lawyers. You know, it's like a subcontract. They make a subcontract so the bank gets your house, but the bank actually doesn't get your house. The debt gets your house. You know, the mortgage gets your house. The money that has been created, that gets your house. But money's not an entity. So the bank takes control of that responsibility as a company to say, we will recuperate that money, and the government goes ahead with it because the banks make money, you know. And keep the world going around and keep the economy going, and you know, so the bank, like the government's more likely to respect the bank than, you know, a guy with no money that can't pay his mortgage. Basically, it's just it's like a separate company. It's like a government company that lets the bank create money in your name as a person, you know, the people's name, because we elect the government. Like we own everything. We own everything, you know. The public owns everything, basically, you know. Corporations, you know, they own their business and they own their money. But the debts are created in the name of the public. So, you know, everything's in debt, you know. The government's in debt. And the debt is made in everybody's name when you're born. Every single person has a certain amount of debt created throughout their lifetime. And that's how, you know, that's how banks can take your house off you, because that money can only be created from banks if there's enough people to warrant the debt. You know, if that person can pay so much tax, you know, if you accumulate all the people that pay tax in society, and you know there's not enough for you to create a debt to buy a house, and you can't buy a house. Well, you can buy a house, the government goes into debt, you know. Or the banks go bankrupt, you know. Like we own all the houses, we own the banks, because the banks are just debt, you know. We own the banks. So no service has been provided. The public already provided the service by letting the banks create the money in the first place. You know, one person can't create enough debt Like, well, you know, one person can create enough debt. If you share all the money out evenly, you know, there's enough money for people to get a mortgage. You know, there's enough money. We can create enough debt for everybody to get a mortgage. Well, no, we can't, because the banks went bankrupt. So, you know, we actually can't do that. But what am I saying? If they could, you know, it's the public that are providing the service, and because you're the one trying to buy a house, you know, the bank hasn't actually provided a service. It's a fraud, you know, it's a fraud. Like, you provide the service, and then the bank goes, you owe me for the service that you're providing. You know, you don't have to pay like the full mortgage back. You know, you have to pay for the interest of that debt over its time span. You know, that's basically all you have to pay, because we provide that service. And you know, if you don't pay a little bit of money for the inflation and, you know, the tax and stuff like that, you know, the upkeep of society, then we can't create debt to get a mortgage. Like, you don't have to pay for the house. You know, the house is already paid for. You know, the debt can be created because, you know, people buy things. You know, and you know, there's no way you can pay all the debts back. It's literally impossible for everybody to pay the debts back. You know, even if we we just like went, you know, everybody's got to pay the debts back and we'll get back to square one. There's no way you can pay it all back. You know, because companies' values go up artificially. You know, based on the debts and their investments, and you know, and if you don't get debts, you know, buy a car on debt, and then produce, then you can't pay your debts back. So the only way you can pay your debts back is by getting debt, so you can produce, create a product, create a service that people will pay for. You know, a company employs you, and you know, they can either pay, they can pay you with the profits that they make. And, you know, they can increase the size of the business, increase the workforce, you know, on the profits. But, you know, you've got to get to work, you've got to buy things. You've got to buy a car, so you've got to get debts. And then the company's got to pay for them debts by paying you. And then there's interest that just comes out of thin air. You've got to pay for that. Well, the company that employs you've got to pay for that, basically. And if the company don't grow exponentially, with the profit that they make, then they can't pay for your debts. So, you know, I mean, you know, they don't have to get into debt, but they are getting into debt every time they buy stuff, you know. If they buy food in a restaurant, buy tables, buy workmen, you know, they're promising to pay for that service. And where does the profit come from? You know, where does the profit come from? Where does the money come for inflation when things go up? You know, because you know I've got to pay a bill that you know, fix the restaurant, you know, or whatever. They've got to create debt, and the only way they can create debt is on the people that are going to pay it back. And that's all you have to pay back. The interest, basically, because you know the debt's already created. It's only the interest that you have to pay back. Because they just create debt out of thin air, you know, on how much money people are going to spend in their lifetime and how much interest they're going to you can get a loan, right, for £1 million, start a company, and as long as you keep making profit with that £1 million, you know, and you pay your interest back, you've still got that £1 million. Your company's still worth £1 million because you keep making profit, you don't go bankrupt, you know. And yet you're supposed to pay the loan back of the £1 million, but you don't have to, you know. As long as you keep paying it back, that £1 million can be a debt forever, you know, throughout the whole lifetime of the company. As long as you keep making money and pay the interest back, and they want you to pay like a bit back on £1 million, but you know, if you keep making profit, your company becomes worth £2 million, and then you know you don't have to pay the £1 million back. You know, your company's still worth £2 million, so they don't bankrupt you. You know, you can just take another £1 million loan out, and then your company's worth £3 million. And as long as you keep making profit, keep paying it back, then your company's worth £4 million. You pay the interest back on, you know, you pay £1 million back on that. Then your company's worth £5 million. Once you get another loan of £1 million out, you know. Like I was talking to this guy in the pub, and he goes, you know, the best thing to do is get loads of credit, loads of credit cards. Like get all the credit cards, you know, as long as you can pay the minimum back, and you just keep paying the minimum back every month, and then they'll give you more debt. You know, as long as you can pay the minimum back, and then you get another credit card, and you pay your debts back with that credit card. You know, and you just like paying debts back with more and more credit cards, and you can get more and more debt. And then, you know, by the end of it, you've got 1,000 bank accounts paying your debts back with different credit cards, and you know, you just keep paying the minimum back forever until you die, and you can get more and more debt. You know, they'll give you a mortgage, and then you can buy an house. You know, once you get enough debt, they'll give you fucking couple of $100,000, as long as you keep paying the interest back. But you can pay the interest back with credit cards and loans from the bank. You know, you get a $2,000 loan. You get 5 credit cards, £1,000 on each. You pay the minimum with a $2,000 loan, and you pay the loan back with a credit card, and then they'll give you a bigger loan. Yeah, you don't even touch your money. You know, your money is just for, you know, food and shit. It's a fraud. Why are you living in someone else's attic like a-bum? You know about money management. I don't want no debt, because, you know, it's not real. It's not like, it's not freaking, it's not good, you know. It's stealing. Debt is just stealing from the public, basically. Like, we're all thieves. Yeah, like none of that exists. You know, a service is, you know, being a chef, you know, building a house. That's a service. A bank does not provide a service. It provides money that the government allocates banks to keep the economy going. Well, it's not the government, it's the people. The people let the banks make money. You know, and the government controls it. Well, the government don't control it, you know. The banks control it. And then the government goes in every so often and goes, you know, how are your books doing? Oh, a bank's gone bankrupt. Oh, we'll bail you out, you know, because we've got to keep the banks going. Because the government needs the banks as well, so they can get their debts when they need it, you know. if they let the banks go bankrupt, do you think banks would cease to exist? No, because the public is the bank, you know. All the tax that we pay, all the stuff that we spend, you know, that's the economy. And, you know, we can do what the banks do, you know. We can create our own money, depending on how much people produce. And, you know, you don't need a bank to invent money, you know. You need a government, or, you know, a democracy, you know. You need somebody that makes the decision to invent the money. You don't need a bank, you know. Like every person that's born, you know, the people can just say, this person's going to pay this much tax on his lifetime, you know. And, you know, some people are going to die, you know, babies might die, so, you know, we'll take into account for that, and we'll just create that much money. We'll just create that much more money on the people that are going to live for the next 100 years, you know. And these people are going to produce, and they're going to spend money, and they're going to get some of this debt. And, you know, this is why I say vote for JoeKingAudits, King of the World. I will redistribute the wealth. I will create the money. I'll get rid of banks. I'll create the money, and, you know, I'll share it out equally amongst everybody, instead of, you know, companies, you know, because companies, you know, make fucking 10 billion pound a year. They should be allowed to get more debt than everybody else. No. The debts should be shared out equally. Like, all the debts that the banks give out, you know, I'll just collect it into a big pot, a big computer, and I'll share it out equally, you know. Everybody gets some, you know. Right. You won't get £1 million in your bank account, you know. It doesn't work like that, you know. What you'll get is a service, you know. The debts will be a service, you know. You need a car, I'll build you a car, you know. I'll buy the infrastructure to build you a car. You need a house, you need a place to live, I'll build you an house, you know. I'll spend the money so you can be a productive member of society. I'll give you everything you need until we run out of resources or money, or, you know, services, people, you know, until we can't, you know, until we, you know, until people are producing, you know. You need some food, I'll give you your food, you know. You want to be a rocket scientist, I'll train you to be a rocket scientist, you know. I'll give you a computer so you can do your homework, you know. And I'll get people to produce a computer, and I'll give them everything they need to produce more computers for people that want to be a rocket scientist or whatever. You know? Basically, I've got to control all the money. But it's going to be a democracy. The democracy part is going to be you vote for what you need. You know, everybody votes for what you need, and you know, whoever will do them jobs, they get the necessary equipment to do them jobs. And if there's not enough people doing the jobs to feed everybody, then we have to put more people into that sector to feed everybody so they can do the jobs that are necessary. And if there's not enough like houses to house the people that need to do this work, or there's not enough like there's not enough warehouses to, you know, then we've got to get more people to do that job, you know. And you know, it's just like everybody votes on what they want, and then you start from the beginning, you know, what does it take to do that job? You need food, you need a car, and you want to have some kids while you're doing that job. Have some kids, you know, provide for the kids. Or the kids need people to feed them, and you know, need decorators to do the bedroom. So we feed the decorators, get the decorators a house. Right? It's not rocket science, you know. Like if you need a mop, right, what do? You make a company that makes mops, you know. If you need a lorry to transport food, you invent a lorry, you know. We don't concentrate on that in society, you know. We concentrate on, you know, inventing random things that you don't need, like a TV, you know. You don't need a TV, you know. You need to feed everybody so they can make a TV, you know. You don't need to build the TV. You need to feed everybody so they can build a TV, you know. If we can concentrate on the things that we actually need, then the TV will be built, you know. Then we'll have the time to build a TV. We'll have the time to invent a TV, you know. What else don't you need? You don't need job search people, you know. You don't need job search people. You need to give them a job, you know. You don't need the job centre people to give people a job, you know. You've got to make the jobs that people want to do, you know. And the only way you can make the jobs that people want to do is to give them what they need to do the job. You know, you don't need people to tell you to get a job. You know, you need to give them what they need to be stable enough to do the job. You know, then people will do the job. You know, some people won't. You know, some people won't, and that's fine. You know, that's fine. Like in my society, you don't have to work if you don't want to, but I'll give you every possible thing that you need to try and convince you to you know, do something else. You know, you can have everything. You can have everything you ever want. You know, and all you have to do is just decide what you're going to do with your time. You know, like my life is just worrying about things, worrying about money, worrying about clothes, worrying about, you know, food, worrying about having a place to live, having a roof over my head, and worrying about what I'm going to do in my life. And, you know, if you can just get rid of some of them worries, then instead of worrying about what I'm going to do in my life, I'll do something with my life. You know, if I'm stable and, you know, no stress, you know. Like if you don't want to clean your bedroom, you employ cleaners, you know. If you want to record police officers, you give them a camera, you know. If you want to be a police officer, you give them a taser and you train them. If you want to be a security guard, you give them an SAA badge and you train them. You know, you give them what they want. You want to be a chef. You know, you put qualifications in place. This is what you need to be a chef. You train them up to that standard, and then, you know, they don't give people food poisoning. You know, I mean, we do all that shit already, but, you know, we don't do the basic things like feeding people a decent meal. You know, we give people minimum wage, and they can hardly even afford the bills. You know, for being a chef, a qualified chef. You know, they'll train you up. They'll go, yeah, go to college, you know, get your MVQ, get your basic hygiene, and then they chuck you to work, and on minimum wage, and you can hardly support yourself. You know, you can't buy an house on minimum wage. It's literally impossible. You know, you're on just over 12 grand a year. You pay a little bit of tax. You know, I mean you pay loads of tax. You pay loads of tax. You know, they say, you know, if you're on less than 12 grand a year or 15 grand a year or whatever it is now, you don't pay tax. You know, you don't pay tax on the 15 grand. You know, you don't pay tax on it. But you like once you've spent all your money, you know, half of your money's on tax. You know, everything you buy, you know, everything's taxed. Half of that 15 grand has gone on tax. And they say you don't pay tax. You know, everything's taxed. Your food's taxed. Your clothes are taxed. You know, the landlord gets taxed when you pay the rent. So you've got to pay more rent. Right. You don't pay tax on your wages below 12 grand a year. Bullshit. You know, you're always paying tax. And you can't afford anything. You can't afford to save. You can't afford to go on holiday. You know. If you didn't pay no tax on your food and you know and the stuff that you bought, you know, 15 grand a year would be all right. You know. As a chef, you know, I get tax back on washing my clothes, buying new shoes. You get your tax back on that. You don't get tax back on your food, do you? You know? You've got to feed yourself to be able to go to work. But you don't get tax back on your food. You know? If you're supposed to get no tax on, you know, 12 grand a year, you should get your tax back on everything. You shouldn't pay a tax. You shouldn't pay a tax on your cigs. You shouldn't pay a tax on your beer. You shouldn't pay a tax on anything. You know. You buy a TV, you shouldn't have to pay a tax. You know. All right, you know, it's not part of being a chef, but you know, we buy that thing. We buy these things with the money from being a chef. And you're not supposed to get taxed on the things you need to be a chef. So, you know. And also another thing, you know, I'm 6'3", you know, and I get taxed the same rate as a midget, you know, or a dwarf, whatever you want, a vertically challenged person. I don't know what you call them. What's the political correct terminology, you know? A 3 foot person or a 4 foot person, you know, don't need as much food as me, but I've got to pay more for my food and more tax. You know, my shoes are size, well, these boots are size 11, you know, and my shoes wear out faster than everybody else's. Because I've got more surface area, more foot, you know. So I have to buy more expensive shoes because, you know, if I buy cheap shoes, they break within half a year, a couple of months, you know. Whereas a child, you know, I mean, you know, they've got to buy new shoes all the time. But, you know, like, not a child, but, you know, a young man. A young man, you know, once you're fully grown, you know. Like, I don't know that for a fact that my shoes wear out faster than everybody else, but, you know, it makes sense because, you know, more surface area, more weight, I'm higher, so that's more gravity. Right, yeah. Nobody takes account for that. You know, equality. Everybody's got to be equal, but it's not equal, is it? You know, I'm bigger than you. How is that equal? You know. It's not equal size, you know. It's not like we're not equally as tall as each other. the point is, things that are not equal, you know, animals have to make way for farming, agriculture, you know. Basically, we say we are top of the food chain, you know. But when it comes to humans, it's like, oh, everything has to be equal. You know, we put us at the top of the food chain against animals. So we are more important. So we can, you know, knock all trees down, knock all the brush down to make farmland, push the animals into a smaller section. Because we are the top of the food chain. But we want all humans to be equal, you know. And it's just not the case, you know. Some societies are more barbaric than others, you know. India, you know. The infrastructure is just non-existent, you know. The people have to create their own way to survive, you know. They've got to make a little, what do you call it? A little food stall to make money, you know. They've got to do everything by themselves. You know, the government don't create an area where you can set up your stall and make money. You just do it on the side of the street, you know. They don't create a traffic management system, you know. You've just got to plough through when you can. They don't, you know, they don't pay for big trucks. They don't create new roads so big trucks can go through instead of everybody moving produce around in a little tuk-tuk van, you know. That's not equal. Like, the government's got the money in India, you know. The government's got the money. It's just they don't do it because there's too many people, and if they interrupt their way of life, they're not going to be able to survive. You know, you literally can't even go to India and, you know, shut down a road. It'd be impossible. You'd just ruin people's livelihoods. Like, it's literally impossible. The only thing you could do is, you know, build up rural areas and, you know, try and spread them out a bit. But, you know, they go to certain areas, they congregate in certain areas because you know they've got the river, they've got the transport, they've got the docks. You know, if you try and push them inland, you know, they're going to lose that accessibility. You know, and that's not equal, you know, because You know, the infrastructure of the docks, you know, only a certain amount of people can use it. You know, not everybody can use it. Like there's not enough docks, there's not enough, you know. That's why England's so great, you know, we control our docks. We put laws in place and, you know, to make it more efficient. We control it. Like, not everybody has accessibility to docks or fishing boats, you know. Like, literally, you can't let everybody have accessibility to that stuff because everybody won't. There's not enough fish, you know, for a start, and you know, there's not enough time in a day to get your boat unloaded at the docks. And then, you know, if you had more people, there's no way like you'd be able to sell it all fast enough. You know, you have to have more lorries, more breakdowns, more time the roads are going to be broken, you know. Like, it can't be equal, you know. Equality is not a thing, you know. Equality is not a thing, you know. It just can't be. It's impossible. There's only so much coast. There's only so many docks. There's like even if you put a dock all around the United Kingdom, all that'll happen is the roads will be gridlocked. You won't be able to get the food out fast enough, you know. So it can't be equal, you know. Not everybody can have an opportunity to be a fisherman. Not everybody can have the opportunity to transport the fish from the docks. Not everybody can have a business buying fish because there's not enough time in the day. There's not enough space for everybody to buy fish. I mean, to be honest, that there is a way you could do it. Flying cars or flying transportation. It wouldn't even have to be flying it, you know, just like zip lines or something, you know. Like, you'd have to transport in the air basically, or under the ground, you know, tunnels. There is a way you could do it. Like roads are just, you know, railways are good because, you know, it's just straight track, you know. Just move it somewhere else. You know, it's just a straight track through middle of the country. You just move it somewhere else and then you can transport it from there. But, you know, even that has its problems. If a train breaks down, you know, you can't get a train past it. I mean, you could do it with 2 train tracks, basically. If a train breaks down, you go on the other train track and you go around it and then back on the other train track. a train comes down here, and it breaks down on there. There's another cut-off point over there, and it's like, you know, you can't get onto road because that train's there. So you just transfer it to the other train, you know. You bring another train, because you know them two have broke down, and you know this train can't get onto other train track because these two trains have broke down. So you bring another train up, ready, and then by the time it gets there, you know, you've got, you know, cranes to move the train, or, you know, like there's a way you could do it. It's complicated. This is urgent. You still haven't accepted my friend's request. I looked at your profile, but you know, I think it's a fake profile, so I'm not gonna accept your friend request. It looks like a burner profile, you know. It don't look like a real profile. It's quite new, and you don't have much on it that interests me. So, you know, like my Facebook is full of people that I'm interested in. Like, I'm not interested in your Facebook profile. There's nothing on it. You know, there's no posts. Well, there is a few posts, but there's no posts that are interesting. You know, there's no information about you. There is a pic of me. That could be anybody, you know. It's just not an interesting profile, and you know, I think it's not an interesting profile because it's not your real profile. You know, I can tell a burner profile like from a mile away. Well, you don't need to be my friend anyway. You can see all my Facebook by just following me. You know, you don't have to be my friend. You know, the only reason I accept friends requests is because I want to see what you say. You know, I don't like, you know, you can see my profile without being my friend. If you want to follow me and see what I say, you know, you can do that by just following me. You don't have to be my friend. The only reason I accept friend requests is if I'm interested in what you've got to say, and I'm not interested in what you've got to say. Sorry, but you know, your profile's boring. You know, there's nothing there for me. You know, you don't do many posts. You don't say a lot. You know, it's social media. I want some social entertainment, and you don't give any social entertainment. You know, I posted like 10 pics. You know, people that like post food pictures. You know, I made this food. You know, like, you know, I get rid of them friends. I literally get rid of them because, you know, I just like, wow, you made some food. You know, I mean, I do cooking streams on YouTube, but you know, I try and make it interesting. But you know, it's not about the quality of the food. It's more about the entertainment of, you know, chopping vegetables and the technical things that you need to know. Cooking spices, stuff like that. Cleaning up after yourself. I'm offended. You're just pretending to be offended. Your profile's shit, you know it's shit, You know it's shit. I think you made that profile just for me, just to try and get a friend's request for some reason, I don't know why. You can see everything that I do on my profile, Like if you want to call me on Messenger, that's not happening either, Even if I did accept your friend's request, I'm gonna block you on Messenger so you can't call me. Like, what's your intentions? If I accept your friend's request, what's your intentions? You want to read my profile? You can read my profile. There's no extra bits for friend. You can read everything. All my profile's public. There's no private bits for friends. Like, why do you want to be my friend, But you could like my pics. I didn't look at your pics. I just looked at your profile. I looked at your posts, and it just wasn't interesting. So, like, I don't really want your feed popping up on my Facebook. Because it's boring, Like, I don't want to look at your pictures because we're not friends. We're not friends in real life. Like, if I wanted to look at people's pictures or people's faces, I can walk down the street and look at people's faces, random people's faces. I don't need to look at random people's pictures unless I'm attracted to them. Then I might look at your pictures. That's about it. Science says you can only have a handful of friends. Your brain can't handle like a lot of friends, Facebook, you're not friends. It's just, it says friends requests, but you're not friends. It's just being nosy, It's just being nosy. Like when you're interested in someone, you subscribe to them, and you follow them, and you see what they're doing. If you like the videos, you subscribe to them because you want to see more videos from that person, It's not because I want to be a friend, I would like a girlfriend though. So, you know, I do. I do look at girls' profiles a bit more intently, if I'm attracted to them. But you know, I've never found somebody that I want to pursue on Facebook. I like to see what my old friends are doing though, even though I'm not attracted to them anymore. But you know, the people that are girlfriend material have probably already got a boyfriend, so they probably don't go on Facebook because they've got a life, I guess. Joe. It's pretty harsh. I know, but you know, it's, you know, like, would you rather I lie to you and go, oh, sorry, you know, I don't know, I don't want to be your friend because you're too good for me, you know, your profile's too good for me. I tell you what, I'll look at you. I tell you what, I'll look at you. You've got two photos. Yeah. You've got two photos. I get a lot of friends requests. It took me a while to find you. I think they're mostly bots and scammers, and, you know, sex sellers. What do you call them? I don't know why, but I just got a sudden influx of people wanting to be my friend and followers on Facebook all of a sudden. I think we have a bot problem on Facebook. Maybe. I don't know. I try to tell Facebook that it's a scam, but they never accept it as a scam. There's no evidence it's a scam, it's just, I can just tell it's a scam. There's a profile called Sandra Bullock, and it's just pictures of Sandra Bullock, and she's obsessed with her. I've never responded to her. Actually, maybe I have responded to her once. Like if people ring me on Messenger, I type a message saying, I don't answer calls, but come to my live stream on YouTube, JoeKingAudits, like and subscribe. I just copy and paste it. I've got like a clipboard with it ready to go. And my mentality behind that is, if they're scammers and they want money out of me, they might come and check my YouTube channel out to see how many subscribers I've got. Then they'll go, oh, 2,000 subscribers. Might have a bit of money. And, they might check my videos out. See how many views I get. Stuff like that, And then they might share it with the scammer friends and go, this guy is making money on YouTube, he's got 50,000 views. He's making money, we can scam him. And then they'll all be watching me and they'll subscribe and press the notification bell just to see, just to see if I make another banger of a video. I'm like, oh yeah, he's making loads of money, this guy. That's my idea anyway, Or if it's one of them sex sellers, come to my, you know, boob station, you know, come to my live stream. I'll be live. You know, they'll be like, oh, he's a famous YouTube star. You know, that he'll have money. He'll need some sex. Maybe I can entice him. And she'll subscribe, come to live stream, watch. Maybe, you know, that's my idea, you know. One at a time, you know, just one at a time. But, you know, one at a time over a year is 365 subscribers. And then we only need 645, no, 765, 55, no, what is it, 55, no, 65, 765 subscribers, and then we get to 2,000 subscribers. Like, I can't wait to get to 2,000 subscribers. I can't wait. You know, it's gonna happen by the end of this summer. Like, I'm pretty sure. Like, I made like, I don't know, how many videos did I make today? I made an 8-minute video, 8-minute and 44-second video. I've got a 1-minute video, or 1.5 minute, or nearly 2 minutes, 1 minute 44 seconds or something. And I have got a 30-minute video of me rooting through the bins outside. Well, it were herring foods, but you know, it wasn't herring foods. No, it won't be N&M. It were like another knick-knack shop. I'm not sure what shop it was, but I got like loads of candles. Front bin. I got a Russell Hobbs kettle. And I got a notepad, which, you know, somewhat old, but, you know, I needed a little notepad. Got a little notepad. Yeah. Like, this is much more manageable than my notepad. My notepad's just freaking massive. You can't see nothing in that view, can you? Let's turn the camera on. I feel a lot more energy now that I've had some water. Is it Russell Hobbs? Yeah, Russell Hobbs. Like, the cable's been snipped off. But, you know, what can go wrong with the kettle? You know, if I just connect the wires back up, take the screws out, connect another cable onto there, it'll work. Like nothing can break in a kettle, can it really? Like, literally nothing can break, apart from the wires might come out. You know how you can't break that, can you? There's no way. kettles are easy to fix. I mean, maybe the element might be broken. That's one thing that can break, the element that heats the metal plate on the bottom. You know, but you can probably get a new element as well. Actually, no, you can't actually. I can't fix an element, can I? Because I'll have to weld it on. Because I think it's welded onto a piece of metal that's connected to the wires. You know, we could maybe fix it. But you know, the best thing that I got from that haul, I found this plug as well. You know, like this can't be broken, can it? You know? Maybe the USB slots might be broken. You know, got 2 USB slots in a plug, and 1 plug socket. Perfect. You know, but the best thing I got is apocalypse candles. You know, just in case the apocalypse does happen. I've literally got enough candles to get through probably a year. You know. I think that's about it. Oh no, there's one more. Well, it's just a tea light. Tea light. Oh, it's flavoured. I'm going to spark this candle up now. It smells like women though. What does that smell? It's not vanilla. It's like marzipan. I hate the smell of marzipan. I hate the taste of marzipan. I hate everything about marzipan. It's disgusting. You know. What can you do with marzipan? Nothing. You can't do naught with it, you know. You can slap it on a cake. You know. Maybe you can put it in a cake mix. Right. Look at all the candles. Right. Look at all the candles they just chucked in bin. You know, the video starts off with me just, you know, doing an audit about the, you know, well, it's just like, there's an open gate there. Should we go inside? And I go inside and I'm like, look at all bloody rubbish. Look at all the bloody rubbish. And I think all the rubbish is because they chuck so much stuff out, and people root through the bins and probably chuck all cardboard on the floor. And you know, they tidy all big stuff up, but they don't sweep out little stuff up. It's probably not actually their fault, because it's just little bits of cardboard and little bits of rubbish. So it's probably somebody rooting through bins and just making a mess. I did it myself. I got one bag out, and I'm like, you know, get everything out. I want all these candles, and then there was just like a piece of plastic that, you know, I missed. I didn't put back in the bag, so I had to clean up. I had to clean up my mess. There were a little piece of plastic and something else, a bit of paper or something. Like this is the most candles I've ever had. Actually, no, it's not. I bought a bag of 200 tea lights, but you know, these will last longer than tea lights. Like they don't even last a full night. Tea lights, like literally, don't even last the full night. Not even half the night. You know, they last like 2 hours, 3 hours max. Not that I stay awake for 3 hours when I'm in my tent, but you know. It was pretty cold when I first got to that park in Leeds, when I got kicked out of my house with Umar Hussain. Have you heard the bad news? No, I saw a video that said bad news, but it was made private. What's the bad news? Donald Trump got prosecuted for hush money from an affair he had with a woman. And you know, he might not even had an affair with the woman, but you know, he gave him hush money. He gave this woman hush money to shut her up. So he's been found guilty of I don't know, what would you call it? I didn't say intimidation, I said something like conspiracy. I don't want conspiracy. Alright, no. Intimidation or something. It wasn't even as serious as intimidation. It was like using money to falsify character, you know, degradation of character. You know, it was something I know. Like, it's not actually even a crime, you know. It's just a civil matter, I think. He's not going to do no time. Midnight's back in the pen, really? What's he done now? Broke his parole conditions, no doubt. What did he do in the first place? That's what I want to know. Like, I know he makes videos. Did he get done for making a video? Like, you can get arrested for making a video, by the way. You know, just depends how you go about it, you know. Even in public, you know, if you harass people more than one occasion. If you record private things, like in public, you can't get arrested for recording private things, but you can get arrested for posting private things on social media that might cause a degradation of character, or like revenge porn, or like revenge. If you try to get revenge on somebody. Power outage, are you serious? Candles, I'm here. God, love and light. Hello, Kenneth. You serious? What about? A police officer got done for posting naked pictures of a woman that he had sex with on social media. He got done for revenge. Something, revenge porn or something. Can't remember what they said. Something to do with revenge. Well, he didn't get criminalised for it. He just had to quit his job, which was quite interesting, to be honest. But he did it with multiple women. He did it with like multiple women. Well, I didn't post pictures, but he used to send penis pictures to all young police cadets. Like, one was 17-year-old, but there were no evidence about that, so. that were a different case, maybe. What was his name now? Like Baldrick or something. I don't know. Police are bloody too sexual. You know, but like, where's a police officer gonna like meet a girlfriend or a boyfriend? You know, they're most likely are gonna meet a like-minded person, a police officer. What is the UK age of consent? 16. I believe, unless it's gone up. Scotland will try to take it down to 14. Kenneth, you're Scottish, aren't you? Did you hear about that? Scotland were trying to lower the age of consent to 14. Just in Scotland, you know. Like, we don't want to change the law across the whole land, we just want the age of consent in Scotland to be 14. What? USA is 18. Yeah. It should be 18 over here, but you know, kids grow up far too fast. I mean, I had sex at freaking 8 years old. I tried to. I didn't even know what I was doing, but you know, I tried. I don't know if I don't actually remember if I penetrated or like young. Ye are messing. No. In the school playground, the whistle went. Everybody were going inside, and we play kissy cats. And, you know, I'm on top of this girl, and you know. She was giggling all the way through it, that's all I remember. And you know, it was probably a nervous giggle. She didn't try and stop me though. So. You know, we still played kissy cats every break time. The teachers never stopped us as well, you know. We were on top at girls all the time. They never stopped us, they never said out. Just like, kids will be kids. We used to do all sorts of shit in that school. first school. It was fun. But definitely kids grow up too fast. But yeah, good teachers. I mean, we were 8 years old, you know, it's, even if they did stop us, you know, it's like, what they're going to say, you know. Try and explain that to a child.